Miri Weneza, everyone. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, depending wherever you are in the world. My name is Brittany Jeter. I'm the Program Director for Strategic Solutions Global. We're going to get started in a minute, but I'm just going to ask you to share your contact information. So we have a saying here at Strategic Solutions. We connect and collaborate to catalyze change. So my request of you is to please put your socials, your LinkedIn, your business, everything into the chat, your title. Tell us who you are and what you do. More so, lean on who you are and share yourself with us while we get started here. So we have 3 folks watching. While you do that, I'm just going to give you a few quick announcements. So welcome. This is the I Am Change Global Empowerment Conference 2024, powered by Strategic Solutions Global. So please make sure that you are registered through the website to get a virtual swag bag. Someone should be putting that link out right now. Please get the Disrupt Her ticket to access the opportunity to connect, collaborate, and catalyze change, the saying that I was just talking about, with amazing global speakers and other attendees on this conference app for the next 90 days. It is really an invaluable gift that you can give yourself. So please, if you haven't, upgrade yourself to the Disrupt Her ticket. You deserve it. And make the most of your experience by engaging in the chat. So as I've stated, please go ahead, if you haven't already, introduce yourself. Tell us what you do. Tell us who you are, where you're calling in from. Okay, we have someone from California. You are 9 hours away from me. I am calling from Kigali, Rwanda. So if you're just joining us, please go ahead and put a comment into the chat. Tell us where you're joining us from. And while we give folks some time, go ahead and put into the chat something that I used to do with students is called this or that. So are you a coffee or a tea person? This or that, coffee or tea? Go ahead and put that into the chat. All right. Are you a morning person or prefer to work at night? I'm between time zones, so the middle of the night seems to work best for me. Morning or evening for you? Are you a morning person or a night owl? All right. Are you a makeup girly or are you a natural beat? Some Blistex, little mascara, maybe a little highlighter. Are you a makeup girl? You do a full beat every morning. Welcome, OB, calling from Boston. Okay, tea person. All right. Are you a heels person or flats? Welcome, Halima from Nigeria. So good to have you all here today. I'm so excited for this weekend. We are definitely connecting and collaborating and catalyzing change in this space. There are so many amazing, wonderful, impactful speakers, Black women across the continent and the diaspora. So we just are really in for a treat today. I'm a flats girl too. I don't got time for all that hobbling and moving around. I might fall. Where I am in Kigali, it's a lot of hills. It's known as the city of 1,000 hills. So it's too much. All right. Are you a reality TV person or more like a scripted series type person? What shows are you all watching right now? And we're just giving folks, if you are just joining us, welcome. My name is Brittany Jeter. I'm the Program Director for Strategic Solutions. We are giving folks a couple minutes to join us. So please join the conversation in the chat. Tell us where you are calling in from, what part of the world you're in. And we're just playing a little this or that warm up before we get into the sessions. We have some really amazing speakers coming to you all today. All right. Thank you for engaging, getting here earlier. We are going to get started. I have the privilege and honor to introduce the founder of Strategic Solutions, and her name is Nancy. I'm sure if you are here, you probably engage with her and her power in some capacity. But Nancy Taye Aragbe, I hope I'm saying your name correctly, is a passionate advocate for social impact and community development with over 15 years of experience in education, leadership, and entrepreneurship. And I am here to give my testimony to that. I met Nancy in my first year of teaching, and she became sort of like a big sister and mentor teacher for me. And since then, I've just learned so much from her and seeing her impact. And as it grows, I'm just so happy to be a part of it. Nancy is the founder of Strategic Solutions Global, a tech-enabled leadership institute for emerging senior and executive leaders across Africa and the diaspora. Strategic Solutions Global is a leadership institute for emerging senior and executive leaders across Africa and the diaspora. I wanted to say that twice just so that y'all know we're not playing around here. Strategic Solutions is equipping these leaders with the precise strategies and tactics to enhance their leadership capacity, to increase their global influence and impacts. As a global speaker and Pan-African champion, Nancy uses her platform to empower women, youth, and business leaders to promote economic mobility and transformation across Africa and the diaspora. Without further ado, please welcome our founder, Nancy Aragbe.
Well, thank you so much, Brittany, for that lovely introduction. My hair is like glaring with this background. I am excited. I don't even know where to start. I am elated. I'm so elated. This work is working. Let me say that. It's been years in the making of being able to build Strategic Solutions Global to what it is today. And as Brittany mentioned, yes, I did meet her teaching. And I'm going to give you guys just a little bit of background of who I am, because we have people streaming from all over the world, and I don't get to interact with everyone personally. And I believe in the power of authentic connection. So whenever I can show up authentically and tell my story, I do. And as we go through the conference today, hopefully, if you're a woman who's watching this, you too feel empowered to tell your story wherever you are, wherever you show up, so people know who the real you is. And so I show up as my authentic self, no matter where I am, and you're either going to love me or you'll love me, because I don't even notice if you hate me. You're just gonna love me, right? But yes, my name is Nancy Taye Aragbe, and I want to just quickly share my story. I am Nigerian American, born and raised in Los Angeles, California, and had the privilege of experiencing two beautiful cultures that I describe as Black American culture, but also African culture. And I think there's a beauty in both and nuances in both cultures that I don't think are necessarily get to be as celebrated. And so as someone growing up in an African household, but going to public schools, I lived in two worlds. And so now as an adult, being able to bring all of my experiences together, from being Black American, from living in an African household, from education, from having a passion for leadership, from always being an advocate for those who can never advocate for themselves, I have put all of that, all of those values are what is breathing and living in Strategic Solutions Global. So if you don't know what Strategic Solutions Global is, it is a space for the world's most powerful women, the world's most audacious women, the women who are bold enough to desire change, to be change, and most importantly, to lead change. So yes, we are an institute, a leadership institute for these elite women, emerging leaders, senior leaders, executive leaders who desire not just to make impact, but to make global impact. And that's what this conference is about. It's about understanding that you have the power to be change, to lead change globally. And so what I'm most excited about is that today is simply a demonstration. It's a demonstration of all of the women all across the globe who are living in their superpower, who are bold enough to live audaciously, right? To live out their dream, live out their power. 40 women from all across the globe coming together. That is powerful. And maybe I don't know enough, maybe I haven't been around, but I haven't seen it. I haven't seen a conference where 40 women across Africa and the diaspora, bridging Africa and the diaspora, women from doing amazing things, coming together to put on a conference to impact thousands of women across the globe. And this conference is literally all about change. It's about understanding that it takes one person to build a movement. It's about understanding that it takes just one bold leader who's bold enough to say, you know what? Enough is enough. I will be change. And I say it boldly. I am change. And you are change. And together we are change. And today is literally a demonstration of what happens when bold leaders come together and say yes to each other's visions, say yes to connecting authentically, say yes to collaborating, and most importantly, saying yes to be a catalyst for change. This conference is indeed that. So if you are someone who believes that you are bold enough and powerful enough to lead change, I implore you to connect in the chat. I implore you to share your socials. Follow these speakers. These speakers are amazing. Follow them, connect with them. And if you are someone who's even more serious, I implore you and I encourage you to get the Disruptor ticket. This conference is absolutely free. We want empowerment to be free. We do. We want people to walk away filled with nuggets and wisdom and gems of women who are doing it in real life. You know, I hear the phrase a lot, collaboration over competition. But over the years, I found that it's just a phrase. I hear people say that, but they don't mean it, because we live in a world that's very transactional. But this space here today, this space that you're in, whether you're watching virtually, whether you're we're all watching virtually, but whether you're on LinkedIn or you're on YouTube or you're on Facebook, or if you're a speaker or if you're a volunteer, if you're someone who's supporting today, if you believe that you are change, and you believe that we are change and together we're change, then I encourage you, get the Disruptor app. That app is specifically designed for conference speakers and conference attendees, so we can continue to build those connections, foster the authentic collaborations, foster the authentic connections. And I said, their formula for changing the world is simple, yet we make it so hard. So what is that formula? You've probably seen it before. Our tagline is very simple. If you have a notebook, I encourage you to write this down. How you change the world is by connecting, collaborating, and catalyzing change. And real connection requires vulnerability. Real connection requires authenticity. Real connection requires listening. It requires love. It requires trust. And if you do not bring those things to a space, If your first instinct is transaction, you have missed the mark. You have missed the opportunity for being a catalyst to change. Because I said the formula is first connecting, then collaborating to catalyze change. And so I just ask again, from the bottom of my heart, sincerely, like Strategic Solutions Global is a space where women can dream, where there's people in your corner who support you just because they want to see you win. This space is for women who share in similar synergy, similar values, where we're working together to make significant impact. But on a greater level, I believe that we have the power to build global movements. I believe that an individual person on this listening now, if you're on LinkedIn, if you're on Facebook, if you're on YouTube, wherever you are listening from, you as one person has the power to change the world. You have the power to influence beyond you can ever imagine. And Strategic Solutions Global creates the space for us to dream and do it together. So again, stay connected with us, stay connected with me, follow us on our social media handles, Instagram, LinkedIn. I actually make it a priority to spend 2 hours a week making new connections. So if you want to connect with me, now I don't know how many of y'all connect with me. I may not get back to all of you at the same time, but I honestly make it a priority to build authentic connections with the world, because I think it takes us working together, learning each other. If not us, then who? If not now, then when? If I don't, what's at stake? That is how I lead my life. And that's how I encourage you all to lead your life. If you don't, then who? What's at stake if you don't step out of your discomfort to be and lead change? Well, I'll tell you what's at stake. What's at stake is women living in a patriarchal society. What's at stake is women and families not being economically free. What's at stake is women and girls that are coming behind us, and some who are in front of us and some who are next to us, not living in their full potential. What's at stake when we don't step out of our discomfort, our voices being silenced. It's women who don't get to live and walk in their authentic being. That's devastating. It's people leaving this earth without fulfilling their God-given purpose, without using all of them to make society better. That's what's at stake when you hold back. That's what's at stake when you fail to realize your power. That's what's at stake when you fail to lead change. And my hope is that not that you're just empowered today, because you will be empowered, because like I said, the speakers are phenomenal, but that you walk away whole. Because leading change is hard. It's very, very hard. Leading change can often be draining. It's depleting a lot of times. And my hope today is that you walk away filled. We have women talking about financial wellness, spiritual wellness, leadership development, business development, career development, emotional wellness, mental wellness, and everything it takes, your whole entire being, because you have to be your best self so you can lead at the highest and fullest potential. And I will say this, and I'll leave you with this. It is irresponsible leadership to put yourself last. And I'm going to say that again, because I have far too often women are taking care of everything and everyone, especially leaders. You're taking care of your children, you're taking care of your family, you're taking care of your friends, you're taking care of your spouse, you're leading movements, you're trying to change the world. Well, what about you? This conference today, yes, is about understanding your power, and what's at stake if you don't walk in your power. But it's also about how do you intentionally maintain it? How do you ensure that you have a balanced life where you can constantly fill yourself up so you can continue to do more for the world? So thank you again. I hope that you enjoy this conference, you walk away empowered, fulfilled, and most importantly, that you walk away with new global connections. It's time that we build our powerful Rolodex of powerful elite women who are sincere and ready to lead change together across Africa and the diaspora. Thank you so much. It's my pleasure being here today, and I look forward to all of the speakers who are coming on stage. Thank you so much. Brittany, if we can have you back. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me?
I can. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling really excited. This is going to be a very impactful day. I'm so excited to get to know some of the women better and hear about some of the amazing work that they're doing and to connect, collaborate, and catalyze change. Let's go. We're almost to Q4 of 2024.
Connect, collaborate, catalyze change. Everything that we do, you all at Strategic Solutions Global, is literally about connection first. So connect, collaborate, catalyze change. Stay connected with us. We have so many more events coming up. We have a LeadHERship collective, a private LinkedIn group, a LeadHERship gala that's coming up. We have Global Leaders Program, a retreat happening in Tanzania this year, a leadership experience happening at the Global Entrepreneurship Festival in Nigeria. I mean, if you want to go global, if you want to make global impact, stay connected with Strategic Solutions Global. Without a doubt, you will be global. It just is what it is. We have an amazing network of individuals. Thank you. I'm excited. What are you most excited about today, Brittany, that you would say?
I'm most excited just to see your vision grow and get bigger and bigger. This is the second annual I Am Change Global Empowerment Conference, and I think this year is even bigger. And everything comes with its challenges, but the network is growing, and just to see Black women across the globe come together and do the work, and as you said, across industries, across borders. Mental health, emotional health, wellness, financial, all of the things that help us to be leaders and lead communities.
Yeah, I thank you for sharing a little bit about the vision. I do, if you all don't mind, and then we'll get into the speakers in just a moment. The I Am Change conference is year one. I mean, I'm sorry, is year two. Last year we started, and if I can even go back further, we started the I Am Change movement. We did a catalyst event in Nigeria, in Akure, Ondo State, Nigeria. And it was like the phrase I am change, like there was a force behind it. I mean, people were chanting I am change and felt so empowered. And after that day, and we covered all of the different ways, right, to like achieve your vision, and kind of talked about like the spiritual wellness and the financial and all of those things. And it was at that moment when we realized that we need to take this movement and make it a global thing. So we decided to start with a virtual conference so we can reach more people. But the big vision of this conference is actually being in person, because I believe that there's nothing more like better than just getting to connect with people. I've been able to connect with so many women across the over the years, but then we meet in person. It's like we've been sisters for all this time. So the idea is that we are connecting in real time, and so by year 5, hopefully sooner, but by year 5, this conference will certainly be in person, and we're going to take this baby all over the world and be able to connect with people all across Africa and the diaspora. So thank you for that, Brittany.
So please share with us in the chat some of the things that you guys are looking forward to. Whose session are you really excited about? So I'm going to quickly just share some of the folks that are talking that you'll hear from today. So you'll hear about mental wellness from Shanisha Thomas, how to operate in your wholeness. Norma Ngoma is going to talk about business development and how to brand your business. Stella is going to talk about mindset development and the agile effect. And we have Tammy Moore, who's also going to talk to you more about going the distance in terms of developing your business. And before we get to our I Am Change panel for the first day to kick off today, you'll hear from Kayla Walters about financial wellness and money business. So tell us in the chat, what are you looking forward to today? Hi, Ruth. Thank you for joining us in the chat. Let us know where you're joining us from. Obi, Halima, welcome. Let us know, what are you looking forward to? Okay. Well, I'm really excited for the I Am Change panel, as for the rest of the sessions as well today. After our brief intermission this afternoon, you'll hear from Alicia about politics and governance and women's influence in political leadership. Brandy will talk to you more about personal alignment and your development. And Dr. Burke is going to talk to us about going from baggage to blessings, wholeness and wellness. Today is a really, really jam-packed, impactful day. We are going to have some award presentations later on in the afternoon, so please stay tuned for that. And please engage with us in the chat. Let us know where you are joining us from. Share this link with your people. Tell your cousin, your mama, all of them, your play cousin, hey, all over, to come and join global leaders with strategic solutions today. So in a moment, our first speaker is going to join us, and I have the pleasure to introduce her. So her name is Norma Ngoma, and she will be speaking on business development, branding for business. So Norma was born and raised in KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Please correct me once you come on stage, Norma, if I am not. Norma is a motivational speaker, business executive, founder, owner of Suitably Norma, a suit clothing range, a board member of Crystal Hub, director of BMCA, and an advisory member of Norma Ngoma Bricks CCI. She has experience in information technology, and she is the chairperson of the Norma Ngoma Foundation. The Norma Ngoma Foundation is a nonprofit organization that assists school children with career guidance and also offers bursaries to deserving young academics from previously disadvantaged communities. She is passionate about issues that relate to women's empowerment in South Africa. Norma's dream for South Africa is to see every child having an opportunity to learn and further their education, and women having equal rights and opportunities in their workplace. Norma sounds like my type of girl. She is a trailblazer who believes nothing is impossible. It is not too late to get your ticket and experience her session. Click the link in the bio to get your free or purchase the Disrupt Her ticket. And without further ado, please welcome Norma.
Evening here in South Africa. It's in the evening right now. So I know to you is not evening right now. So it's who's listening. My name is Norma Ngoma.
Welcome, Norma. So please just give us a couple seconds.
Okay.
Norma, Are you with us? No. I thought you were frozen. Are you good?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Welcome. The stage is all yours, my love.
Okay, I'm here to talk about branding. So I've got a company called Suitable Noma, which is more of like a brand. My brand is about clothing line, which is for corporate women who wear suits, power suits, because most of us, we love power. We want to look good and we want to look presentable. But now, when we talk about brand, what are we talking about? And all of us, each and every brand that you have as a business person, you need to sell it. You need to you promise people that you will deliver, but what is it? What is the product you're talking about? Then that's what we're talking about. But also, I always tell people, you need to have a strategy. You can't just open a company, then you have a brand, but now you don't have a strategy. What are you going to go about? Firstly, you need to research who is your target market, who's your audience, who are you going to sell to. So we also have this thing as women, which I like now when we, from 2020 to 2024, I see women are collaborating, women are coming together, women are uniting, women want to work together. The competition thing and pulling down syndrome is going down. And then by that, we're going to grow. So because you need to ask people who already ran the race, who paved the way, okay, how did you do your brand to be so successful? People, they think making a brand, it's a one overnight thing. But having a brand, the brand that is so successful, it's a consistent work that you have to do on a daily basis. And also, you need to live the brand. Like myself, because I sell suits. 90% of my dressing, I wear suits. But there are times where I'll be on tracksuit if I'm traveling. Also, maybe if I'm but yeah, I'm always on suits. Let me put it that way. So my 10% of clothing is just like 10% that is not suits, because also I'm marketing my brand, because it's very important. It's like when something, I'm making an example. If you are owning a salon, a barber, or you are owning a nail technician company, your nails need to be beautiful. Even if you're doing eyelashes or you're doing skin, people need to see that on you as well. That, okay, because you need to market your brand consistently to people. And also do a research. Where I come from the village. Where I come from, people, they like cook food that you just plow the food, everything. We take it from the soil. We don't go most of the time to the shops. So when you come up with the processed food, people don't like to eat that food because the culture where I come from, it doesn't allow that. So you also need to be aware of that. To make another example, maybe if you go to countries like Dubai or Saudi Arabia, the way the religion, like 90% of the religion, people are Muslim there. Then you can't be going around that like all your business is going to be maybe like clothes that are too revealing, or maybe crop tops. So you need to make a research. If I'm doing this, am I going to thrive in that? Does the religion or the culture or my clientele will be buying the clothes from me if you are doing clothes? So whatever that you'll be doing, maybe in a place where there's a lot of Muslim community, you can't be saying like you'll be selling pork, because most of those people, they eat halal food. So you need to do like a proper research. What is the gap in the market? What can I put in the market? Then you bring that brand in. But now the consistency, because remember, when you start a brand, don't come now and change when people, they start grow with your audience. Keep them engaging. When we are upgrading or we are leveling up, but don't leave your audience behind. Don't leave your target market behind. Keep on engaging them all the time. And also, you must make sure that who are your competitors? Then what can you do differently? Because remember, when you come in the here we have, let me make an example about maybe burgers. Remember, there's a McDonald's. Everyone here, they like to eat McDonald's. And then there was a time Burger King came in. So when Burger King, it was the hype, the way they created it. But people, maybe for 2 to 3 months, everyone wanted to taste the burger, what is different. But they felt like, oh, okay, there's nothing much that's different. They went back to McDonald's. So you need to find a way, how can I stand out? to the, because there's nothing that you can invent, it never existed. So how are you gonna draw people to come to your brand? And what will you make, what will make you to be a different brand, and the consistency and the difference from other people who already be there. And also the purpose and the collaboration. It's very important when you do collaboration with people, those people must be aligned with your brand. You can't just let me make an example. Then you are in ministry, like your job, you are doing master classes talking about God. You can't do this and that. Then, but now your ambassadors are people who are opposite from, is people who doesn't believe in church, or people always like doing this and this. So align your brand with those things. So it's very important when you choose ambassador or people that you collaborate with, because it's so nice to do collaboration. Let me make an example. I do suits. And I think 2 years ago, people were like, oh, we like your suits, but now we like you to come up with cufflinks. And I was just thinking, where I'm going to get cufflinks? And I'm not into jewelry, and I don't even know how to design to do this. But I went to people who are doing that. I was like, let's collaborate. And also there was a company that was manufacturing shoes from scratch. Then people now, they were like, because you have a high quality of suits, so how do we get like nice shoes? Now they wanted like the jewelry, they want everything. Then you collaborate with other people to have the final product. Because sometimes we we want to push our brand, but now you are not ready yet to stand on your own, and then you end up losing the business. You close down the business because you wanted to do things when your business was so premature. It was not the right time for you to upgrade the business, because you were not stable yet. So it's easier, you go step by step, then you keep consistency, and you engage your people, and they understand the vision. What is the vision of your brand? Whatever you say to people, you are selling, you are promising them the product. Do you deliver? Do you deliver in time? And also, I always say to people, there are people who are loyal clients, that those clients, no matter what you do, they will come first. When you have like 10 clients that they will be there, it's better than to have like once of clients that will come sometimes next month are not coming. But you know that I have people that I know, no matter what happens, they will be there for me. But those people, each and every client that is new, treat it the same. Because people, we have this thing of like, oh, okay, this one maybe is not a celebrity, this one doesn't have this title. But money is money. When it comes to business, treat all your clients with the same quality. So that people, when they think of your brand, they think of excellency, they think of the quality, they think of everything that is so good, the professionalism, the way you talk to your people. So engage them all the time. And also the location says something. Because if you are going to deal about high clientele, so make sure the location of your business, it's safe for your people. The transport, is it easy for people to go where you are saying it is? So also you must think about all those things. And also organize every time. When you say you're going to do something, you do it. Communication as well, and you deliver. But also, it's so important when you are doing brand, like you have to be so consistent in what you're doing, because you can't do something today, then tomorrow you're not doing it, and then you promise people things and you are not doing it. And also, I think most business, they fail because people, when we do marketing, we always oversell ourselves. I want to look so good. And also, even when the budget doesn't allow us. So I remember with my brand, like for 2 to 3 years, I've never had branded water, because I'm that kind of a person. I just want to receive money. I just want to see money coming in. But now, do I have the budget to have branded water? Do I have the budget to have maybe champagne for people when they come in? So there are certain things. Sometimes don't spend so much money to make the business look good with things that the business can live without those things, because you just want to have you are so eager to have the good final product, but your budget doesn't allow you. And also the final thing, when you do business, make sure that when you do money, you keep the money. You don't take the money from the business all the time. So people are buying, maybe if you are selling like myself who sells suits, people are buying 3 suits. I take money, I go do my hair. like how expensive a wig is. Then also now people they want high quality of suits, but now I will just go adjust and buy like cheaper suits because now I don't have enough money. Have something on the side. I always tell people, especially who are in corporate, who are doing nine to five job. If you decide to leave, make sure that you save money properly. You allow the business to stabilize a little bit, maybe 3 to 6 months, then you know you can able to make profit. But you can't just sell something today, you take the same money, you want to go buy meat, you want to do groceries, then maybe if it make a bit of a 10% profit, you take that money, you are traveling. You can't run business like that because you're going to close down on the business. Remember, you're not the only one who's doing that. So, and you, the top, whatever that you say to people, you are selling, deliver on it. Whatever you promise your clients, deliver on that. Consistency. You must be the brand yourself. So the kind of person I am, I wear my suits. I am the ambassador of my suits. And I always say to people, if you don't have enough money to hire someone to advertise, do things yourself. Like all of us, that's where we started because other people, you always go seek funding, you're not starting, you're finishing the whole year, you want to start business. But now the problem, you don't have a PA, you don't have this and this, you don't have like a distributor, someone will do things. In the beginning, just push yourself to the limit until your business. And then when it's the right time, then for your brand, then you will do things. Rather to just do things, push yourself, and then things are not done properly. Remember the brand. I remember last year I was invited to go showcase in Paris, but I thought to myself, am I ready to showcase on that global stage? I know that's my dream, but am I ready? I was not, because they have their own criteria of me coming maybe with 30 designs. Do I have that kind of designs? How much money? And I have to fly from South Africa to go to Paris. Then I can't fly even there by myself. I need to have someone else pay the tickets, accommodation. There's a fee of getting in. Like all that money, am I ready? So sometimes let's not jump to grab opportunities when you're not ready, because people will just remember that brand in that way. Don't shoot yourself short just because you are so eager to do things. And then people who are doing cakes, sometimes when you know, like for you to do cake for a wedding or for an event, it takes you 3 days or 4 days. Don't do it in a day when you know it won't be ready, because it's going to ruin your brand and people will talk about your brand. Because remember, we're the same cycle. People will hear that, oh, they have you seen Norma suit? Do you want to buy? So because people they talk, but sometimes, oh, I've seen you wearing this. Hey, I want to buy it. How was it? Then someone will say, no, I've got a bad experience. So let's be careful how we treat people, how we sell our business, how we market ourselves, how do we treat our brand, and also how do we talk to our clients. And there's this thing, us as women, like when we are a boss, you want other people under you, especially other women, to feel you that I'm the boss. Being a boss, it doesn't mean that you have to be bossy to people. You have to be a boss, but not being bossy. And then, so that in front of your clients, don't think just by licking your stuff, then people, they're going to clap for you. Oh, wow, she's such a boss. People, they're just looking at the horrible person that you are. So it's so important how you talk to your staff. People love peace. Treat the professionalism. So I always see, especially people who own saloon, they will be like dragging people. Why that thing is here? Why the minute you just come in, you just cause chaos because you are the boss. You don't have to. Just come in and greet your clients. Be that person. I always see people who owns restaurants. I love when they do that. Luxurious. It's so exclusive. They come and greet everyone. Is the food okay? Is everything fine? Are you sorted? They have attended to you. That's brand. That's branding, that's service, that's excellence, that's professionalism. That's what we need to offer. I think so far, I can stop from here. If you have a question, then you can ask me, then we can move forward.
Well, thanks, Norma. Those were some gems that you dropped in terms of personal branding. Um, please share your questions with Norma in the chat. Now is the time for you to engage with Norma. Share your contact, your LinkedIn, your social media. Now is an opportunity for you to brand yourself. So Norma, we have a question from Halima in the chat. For a 9 to 5er, how do you raise capital for your business beside your paycheck?
So I don't know in other countries, but where I stay, we have entities, institutions where you can get funding. So those institutions, you need to go to their websites. Sometimes if you're a person who's not connected to people who are working there, you go to their website, you look at the application, how do you apply for funding? Usually, I always don't encourage people most of the time to go take a loan because sometimes the interest is so high. But if this is what you want to do for your business, then you can do it because sometimes the business work, sometimes it doesn't work. But now when you took a loan, the loan will be there. They want you to pay back the money. It's better when you do the research. That's why I was saying you do the research, then you go to those entities. So here in South Africa, we have a lot of different places where you apply for funding institutions. So you tell them what they want you to know. There's something called you draft a proposal, business proposal. And in that business proposal, they just want to know what is your short-term goals of the business, where the business is going to be. Who are you as a person behind the brand? And what are your long-term goals? So where you want the business to be, like maybe the office, and also they want the numbers because you can't want funding, but you don't know how much you want. What I've seen, I don't know other countries here, people are so scared of numbers. Let me make an example. You know, for you to set up a store, you need R1 million. But so I'm talking about brands because I stay in South Africa, where you can convert that into dollars if you stay in another country. But now, because we are Black people, there's something called Black tax. Maybe where you grew up, no one has ever have millions, but you know that you need R1 million. Now you're so scared. You put it like a little bit. People that will give you that money, and they 3 months later or 6 months later, they will do a due diligence. They will come and visit the money that we've given you, are you working? Is the business doing okay? And then they want you to bring back the money. But now you are in debt because you were so scared to tell them the numbers because I don't know, like especially us as Black people, we're so scared of asking like big money. If that's what you want, ask for that money. Tell them about that number. If they say no, we can't able to give that number, then you can reduce to that number. But don't be scared of asking numbers to put this is how much I need. And then also they want you to write the details, full details. What do you want it for? You're gonna say this is for the office setup. Because people they always ask money for equipment, and which is so wrong. Because now you will buy the equipment and then what? So who's going to be working? Let's say you are asking money for to run a salon. Then you have all the machines, the hair dryers, all the machines, but now you need hairstylist. You need money for the water. You want money for the rent. And remember, you got the funding. In 3 months, you need to be paying those people because remember, it takes time for people to know. Oh, actually, down the road there is a new salon. Down the road there's a new restaurant. It takes time. It takes time of marketing, but you didn't include that.
Thank you,
So
Norma. We have two more questions before. I just want to make sure that folks get their questions in. So Halima, I encourage you to please connect with Norma, especially if you have the Disrupt Her ticket. If you don't, go ahead and get that because you'll have 90 days of access to Norma and other wonderful leaders. But we have two more questions for you, Norma, before our next speaker. So what practical steps would you give to a business owner who needs help with creating a good customer experience?
can you please repeat the question?
Sure. Are you able to hear me? I was having some connection issues
Yes,
before.
I can.
Okay.
Yes, I can.
So the question was, what practical steps would you give to a business owner who needs help with creating a good customer experience?
For me, I think you need to have a good communication with your people. Let's say if someone came she ordered something. The kind of person that I am, the reason I'm always a loyal client to certain people, I love when I ordered something, you write a text, then maybe you say, thank you for ordering with me. Because it shows that you care about me and you care about my money. And I think the way I was seeing, the way you guys were setting up this whole conference, I was like just so stunned. I was like, wow, I've never seen someone who puts so much in preparing, you're sending it emails. It's my first time to be this kind of restream studio, but you make it friendly for everyone. It's not about you understanding the app. So when you use certain things, make sure that people they understand. I always see, especially here in South Africa, people are not so used on PayPal. Then if you have like a payment method or maybe like a online, make it friendly. Remember, if you say it's worldwide, remember now it's not only about your country, it's not something that is only familiar to you. Include, make people to feel at home, make people comfortable about your brand. So those are the other things that you need to be to take into consideration, and also follow up with people. I have a friend who owns a clinic, the spa clinic, to do the facial and massage. So when I don't do my facial for 2 months, she always say, "Hi, we haven't seen you in 2 months. How's your face?" And for me, it was not like I didn't want to do my face. Actually, my face is due for me to do it. But because of the work schedule, I didn't think of doing my face. Even people who doing my hair, they will always say, "Oh, hi, we haven't done your wigs. Are your wigs washed?" So those are the things. Stay connected with your audience and just know what your people want.
Wonderful. So this is our last question for Norma. Please feel free to keep the questions coming. Connect with Norma on LinkedIn and on the, if you get the Disruptor ticket on the app. So when branding, do you target a specific demographic? For example, income earners in the low, median, or high range? And that'll be our last question for Norma. And then Nancy, our founder, will come back and introduce our next speaker.
Yes, it is. Like myself, because my suits are for high end quality. So the location on its own, it needs to be in the place where my clients can be able to go to. Because the problem to to say to people we are selling a high brand, but their location is in a dodgy place. People are so scared to go there, especially here in South Africa. We have crime. People are so scared, they think, what if I get there, then I get robbed? Because now, and also sometimes you can't just put something because it's affordable for you, but now it's not in a public transport. So people now they want to go, but it's so hard for them to use. So demographic, it says a lot about your business. You must also look at the safety. Is it safe for people to go there? The second thing, is it easy for people to use transport, public transport? Because not everyone has a car. Even people who has cars, sometimes because of traffic, I don't want to be driving. Also, you check that. But don't drop your quality because you want your brand to be afforded by anyone. It's okay if you don't afford it now. I always hear most, maybe the students, I want to wear your suits on my graduation, but I can't afford. Can you please give me a discount? I can't give you a discount because me giving you a discount, I have to buy maybe a cheap fabric. Buying a cheap fabric for me, now people will see that suit and they think this is how my suits are. So I can't compromise the quality of what I'm selling for my brand. So it's so important to stay where you are. Then when you afford, then you will save money, you will come when you're ready. Than for me to drop the standards of my brand to suit everybody.
Thank you so much to our first speaker, Norma. She gave us some amazing gems. I look forward to connecting with you offline, Norma, if we haven't already. Thank you so much. I'm going to turn it over to Nancy, who is going to introduce our next host.
Thank you, Norma, so much. Thank you for that. Wonderful, wonderful. We'll definitely stay connected on the app with Norma. If you want to stay connected, the app, and then follow her on her social media handles as well. If you are registered, we'll make sure we send all that information out to you as well. Thank you, Norma. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, I'm going to welcome our next host for this conference, who will be bringing up our speaker. Anuli, welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you?
Fine, thank
Anuli
you.
Isiche. Did I say that right?
Yes, Annalise
Okay.
CJ, yes.
Wonderful. Well, I'm going to get out your way. And then we have Stella, who you will be bringing on. Again, we're going to be diving into that mindset. Are you good to go?
I am. I think just 1 second. I'm sorry. I'm looking for the spot where I add her to the stage.
Okay. So once you introduce her, then she'll come on stage.
Got it. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you once again for joining. I have the pleasure of introducing Stella Iheanacho. Stella Iheanacho is another speaker for the I Am Change conference, and she stands as a distinguished Harvard-trained leader, channeling her passion for educational transformation and community development into a remarkable journey of impact. As the co-founder and Agile faculty lead at NSTAR Technologies, a premier consulting education institution in Atlanta, Georgia, Stella has refined the career and learning landscape for numerous students through innovative training and skills acquisition programs. Stella Iheanacho is driven by a profound commitment to holistic women's development. Stella is a visionary force behind the Women Doing It Afraid community, impacting women globally. She founded this community to empower and mobilize women to be more through education, events, and empowerment initiatives. Do you want to learn more about Stella's journey as a commitment to excellence and leadership and continuous growth? I'd like to introduce Stella to you guys.
Hello, everyone, and happy Saturday.
Welcome, Stella.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to be sharing my screen, and I'm ready to kick it off if you give me the go-ahead. Okay, I think that's the go-ahead. All right, so thank you so much for that introduction. Thank you for the opportunity as well. Thank you to all the change makers and change leaders that are here today. I just want to start off by saying that the world is definitely a better place because you all are in it. So thank you for bringing your light, and thank you for showing up as well. And so today I am going to be bringing two parts of my light together. One of my lights, which has been a women empowerment advocate, championing women in their growth and ensuring that, no woman is left behind, but also the other light of mine, which has been an agile coach and an agile thought leader. And so personal empowerment and development is something that we are all familiar with. I want to believe so. But I also do not want to assume that everyone on here is conversant with the concept of agile from a professional standpoint. So I'm just going to really explain so quickly. So when we hear the word agile, different things comes to our mind, right? Fast, sharp, flexible, nimble, being able to adapt, and so much more. And so for me, as someone who professionally I help organizations, develop strategies so that they can be more agile, I have seen that the impact of agility on how it's impacted their people, their products, their processes, and also their profits as well. And so with that being said, also even helping professionals become agile practitioners, one of the things that we always start with in our curriculum in the school is that we always start with the agile mindset. Before we even talk about agile as a methodology or agile as a way of working or even becoming an agile expert, we start with the agile mindset, right? And it's funny because while agile is a strategy that is used by companies, we also realize that even the people in those companies also, for agile as a way of work to excel and to succeed, the people have to have that agile mindset. And so today, what I'm really doing, my job here is super, super simple, which is really ensuring that I am bringing that agile mindset and connecting it to personal empowerment and personal development and sharing that with everyone on the call today. And so, from an organizational point of view, from agile being a way of work, agile being a mindset, and my experience in all of these things, every day I keep learning, I keep seeing the impact of how it has shifted from just a way of working, a way of producing software, a way of producing products to really a way of life, right? So if I think about it here, most of the women, all the women on here today, we're at different stages of our lives. We wear different hats, we have different whys. But one thing that we do have in common, though, is our desire and our drive for empowerment, either from the boardroom to the classroom to the home to the community. Personal empowerment serves as that cornerstone for us to thrive, right? To thrive, to lead, to take ownership of our lives, to create change. It's about us understanding what our strengths are, what our weaknesses are, what our uniqueness is, what our opportunities are, so that every day we are better than who we were yesterday, right? And so again, just to bring it all up together. So my topic is really all about personal empowerment with a specific focus about embracing agility. Because in the world that we're in, if you think about it, right, there's so much changes, so many uncertainty. And so agility as a tool is really just all about how do we navigate all of those uncertainty? How do we navigate me being sure today and I'm not sure tomorrow? How do you navigate me wanting to be better than who I was yesterday, but then today I wake up and I'm not feeling it? Like, how do we navigate all of that? How do we navigate the different parts in our life? How do we ensure that we have agile as a mindset, right? And we begin to live in that way. So quick story I'm going to share. And I'm sharing this story because I feel like in this story, there are going to be people who would relate to some part of this story, right? So there's a young woman, her name is Maya. Maya is bright. Maya is ambitious. Maya is full of dreams. And as she was growing up, right, Maya has always been told to, like, these are the rules you have to follow. Excel in your studies, do this, get this job, do that, and you'll be all right. But Maya gets older. Maya is getting more exposed. Maya is meeting other amazing people, and she's feeling like there's something more that is within her, and she can't really place what that is. She wants to break free, right? She feels like there's more to her potential. And so one day Maya is doing everything that she has been told to do. She's at her desk, she's doing her work, she's doing all of that, but she's feeling that restlessness within her. I always say this thing that the fire inside of me would not burn me. And I believe there's only one person who gave me that fire. And I believe that other people on this call can also relate to that, which is there's that restlessness inside, and that restlessness is not new. And so for Maya, at the beginning, she was hesitant, right? Because she's like, how is she going to start? This change is scary. She has there's so much uncertainty. But then there's that possibility. It's almost like, what can happen? Like, what is the next thing? If I do this, what can really happen? And so she thought about this for a while. And then she realized that she has been playing it safe for too long. She's been comfortable for too long. She's been holding herself back because of the fear of the unknown, until she made that decision that, you know what, I'm going to embrace fear. And I'm going to embrace fear in a way where I use it as energy to change my story. I'm going to lean into the parts of who I am that I'm not aware of, right? And I'm going to let that carry me to wherever it carries me. I'm going to open up myself to know myself more. So she started small. She started taking risks, started trying new things, started being on calls like this, stepping out of her comfort zone. And she failed. She stumbled, she made mistakes. But along the way, she started learning more. She started understanding more facets of who she was, right? She embraced agility as a mindset. She embraced agility as a way of living, as a way of life. She began to understand what she could do, what she could not do. Her values were being redefined, right? And she began to realize that personal empowerment isn't about just conforming or doing things within our comfort zone. It's about literally stepping into areas that are calling us, but we think we're not equipped for. It's about daring to dream bigger and dream wider and dream deeper, even if we think we don't have the tools to achieve those dreams yet, right? And so that is literally Maya's story. She learned that true personal empowerment lies in not playing it safe, but in embracing the unknown, in embracing the unpredictable, right? In embracing the extraordinary that she was. And her story is such a powerful reminder that agility, honestly, is not just a choice. We can't choose to want to be changed or to want to be in our comfort zone. It's if we're on that journey of personal empowerment, it's no longer a choice. It literally has to be the framework, the foundation, the building blocks of who we are as persons. And so now moving right along to how do we then understand personal empowerment through an agile lens? People always talk about believing in yourself, right? Believing in yourself. And I say, after we believe in ourselves, what do we do with that, right? From an agile lens, understanding personal empowerment is understanding the uniqueness of who we are. Like I said earlier on, our strengths, right? Our passions, what makes us who we are, our voices, the way we think, our unique story, our unique identity, and also how we take all of that to shape our destiny. Yes, I used to cringe before when I hear things around, you have the power to shape your destiny. I'm always wondering, where do we live? Where do we create room for God in that picture? And then I remember that actually in the Bible, first of all, God has given us the power of choice, but also the story in the Bible about the talent that were given to the men, they were given the talent, just like how you and I have been given the talent. But we have the choice to do something with that talent. So that was they had a choice to shape their destiny. And some people shaped it by, of course, burying the talent. Some people shaped it by trading with it, right? And so, yes, through agility, we have the power to shape our destiny. We have the power to figure out, is this setback going to hold me back, or is this setback going to be a place where I literally just, I'm silent, I understand what is going on, and I learn from that, right? And so from an agile perspective, from an agile lens, right, first of all, it's all about embracing change. You talk about personal empowerment, right? It's about embracing change. It's about starting. So starting with what you know now, and when you know more, you're able to course correct or change your course. Like when we work with agile teams, we're always saying, let's not be afraid of change. First of all, the world is so volatile. Change is the only constant thing. And so most companies that are so relevant now is because they're not afraid of change. They embrace change. And some of them even foresee change before change even happens, right? And so from a personal empowerment point of view, the question for you is, how am I embracing change? What change am I even resisting? That is it, right? What change am I resisting? What change am I holding on to, instead of me leaning all into that change, right? So now moving right along, from the change perspective, right? Another thing about agility is we just don't react to circumstances. Agile teams don't just react to circumstances. They have to either respond to them, right? And they respond to them with purpose. And so it's one thing to wear Sarah, whatever will be, yes. But then at the end of the day, what is that guiding principle that is leading you to responding? So one of the things that agile teams are usually encouraged to do is to have something that we call like a sprint goal, right? What is your sprint goal? So within a period of time, they have a goal that they're working towards. What is your goal from a personal empowerment point of view? What is your guiding principle? What is your North Star? What is my North Star? Where am I trying to get to? Because if I talk about agility, about responding to change, about not being afraid of failure or not making mistakes, right? Sometimes we get exhausted in that journey because we're not even really sure where we are going to. And so while all progress is great, the question is, where are we progressing towards, right? So two things I've talked about here, which is being able to just understand where we're going to, but also understanding that it's okay for us to embrace change. It's okay for us to lean into change. It's okay for us to see failure as a way where we can learn lessons and move forward. And if you have questions, please feel free to put it in the chat for me as well. I want to also move right along to what is then the transformative power, right, of agility for personal empowerment. What is the transformative power of agility for personal empowerment? And the question I have for you today, as you're thinking through this week, how many people have experienced something that they did not see coming? How many people have experienced something at work, at home, in a career, in our business, in our personal life that we didn't see coming? And that is life, right? So life is just a roller coaster. It's full of ups, it's full of downs. Life just happens, right? And so what are the practical tools? Now I want to talk about practical tools, and I've mentioned some of them in my previous slide, but what are the practical tools from agility that we can really use to forge ahead to embracing that assignment that would definitely move us forward and empower us and amplify our personal empowerment? Number one, I mentioned before, was all about embracing change. I don't think I've talked about that much more, but really embracing change. Whatever change you're resisting right now, that change is calling on you to embrace it, because the more you embrace it, the more you realize the capacity that you have. Second one, of course, is learning from setbacks. Failure is a word that carries so much weight, thanks to our upbringing, our mindset, and all of that, right? When we hear about failure, it's almost like shame, disappointment. But in agile teams, we talk about fail fast, fail forward. What can we learn from that experience? How about if we stop calling it failure and say it was an experience, right? It was an experience. It is an experience. It was an experience, right? How about it's just lessons learned instead of I failed, and then it brings down our energy, it brings down our momentum. Yes, that would happen because we're human beings. But then what do we do with that? What is the next step from that? Another thing from agile perspective, right, towards personal empowerment is continuous growth. We always encourage teams whereas we learn, we don't get comfortable with what we know. So how are we growing continuously? Because personal empowerment isn't just a destination. Nobody can be 100% personally empowered. It's literally a journey, right? You learn, I learn, we learn from everybody. It's a journey of continuous growth and really self-discovery. It's about challenging ourselves to step again out of those comfort zone, to learn new skills, to push the boundaries, and not just learning the skill because we want to become an expert in that, but we are opening up our mind in different ways. We are understanding culture, understanding how people react, how people think, right? Because you never know where your next step is going to lean into. And so for agile individuals or teams, we always say, be lifelong learners. Constantly seek opportunities for growth, for development. It could be taking a class. It could be seeking out a mentor. It could be learning from an experience. It could be shadowing somebody. And the last point here is protecting our mind, right? I talked about how most times in teams, we always encourage the teams to be focused, be committed on their goals so that they're not distracted. We literally have someone in an agile team called a Scrum Master who one of their main goal, right, main responsibility is to protect the team from distraction or teach the teams how to protect themselves from distraction. And so for me, I always, I thought about this and I said we should be quicker to protecting our mind at all costs, the same way we're so quick to protect our phone from falling to the ground. How do we protect our mind, right? How do we protect our mind? How do you protect your mind? Because again, there's so many distractions out there, but understanding what our goal is, knowing what our focus is, knowing that even as we go on that journey, there will be setbacks. There probably will be experiences, not failures, right? We have to continuously grow, but in all, our mind, because out of everything we see is a byproduct from our mind. So when we talk about why is this not working this way, sometimes maybe taking some steps back to say, but what is going on in my mind? Because I cannot have a negative mindset and expect positive fruits, right? I can't have all of this going on here and expect a whole different outside. Outside is all a byproduct of what's going on inside, right? And so protecting our mind, just the same way we protect the teams, just the same way we try to avoid distraction. So just the same way we tell them, you can't work on 10 things at the same time. What is it you're working on? Who is speaking to you? Protecting our minds. So in summary, in essence here, right, agility isn't just a fancy buzzword. Yes, it's important for companies and organizations, right, to figure out what is coming, to be adaptable, to ensure that they're providing what their customers want as well, right? But even for us as women, for us as moms or daughters or business professionals or career mavericks, right? Just as women, literally, it's all about like, how can I be agile as a person? How can I have that agile mindset? And I'm going to give practical strategies. I'm not sure what the time check is, but I'm just going to be taking a look at that. I'm going to be giving practical strategies here for embracing agility. Number one, set empowering goals. Set empowering goals. Most times I've noticed that when teams don't know where they're going to, when their goals or their product vision or their product roadmap doesn't connect with them, they're just doing work for doing work's sake. Versus when a team feels like they have a stake in what they're building, they show up to work more empowered and with innovation. Does your goal empower you? I don't want to, like, does your goal empower you? I think that's just a simple question. Do you feel empowered by your goal? Not do you feel external empowerment from somebody who is pursuing their own goal and you feel like you like what you're seeing and then that goal becomes your goal? Does your assignment, your intrinsic fire, your passion, does it empower you, right? Because when we set goals that really resonate with our deepest values and who we are and who we're becoming, we're not dreaming anymore. We're living. That even when we have those experiences that look like they're holding us back, there's a bigger pull than us that pulls us out of that bed, that pulls us out of that mood, that pulls us out of that I don't think I'm qualified, that pulls us out of that I don't know who to talk to, that pulls us out of that I'm an introvert, I don't know how to network. There's something always bigger that pulls us out of it, right? So empowering goals. Number one practical strategy for embracing agility in personal empowerment. Second one is cultivating self-awareness. Cultivating self-awareness. When people say, this is who I am, how do you know this is who you are when you've not lived out all the days of your life to really know who you are? You know who you are now, but you cannot say, this is who I am. That's almost like an encompassing statement. So self-awareness is literally understanding that every day you're going to find another level of you, as long as every day you're stepping out of your comfort zone, you're trying your best, and you're doing it one day at a time, right? So it's not just about introspection and saying, okay, this is who I am. It's about what do you do with that information? What is the move? What is the action move that you do with that, right? It's about discovering more about yourself. And so even again, back to teams, right? One of the things we always say with the team is we want a team that has all the skills to deliver. So that is self-awareness on the team level. What about self-awareness on the personal level? The next one I want to talk about here is seeking support and mentorship. None of us can journey through life by ourselves, right? I see that my time is up, right? Okay.
Yes. This was lovely, Stella.
Thank you.
You gave a lot of great insights,
Can I
empowering
just summarize this
goals.
slide real quick? Just key takeaways. Okay. Well, I don't have to say it anymore. You all can see the screen. Just key takeaways, and I'll hand it back to you, Annalie.
Okay, thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you. So I would like to open up the floor because we're running behind for one question. And I will see. Does anyone have a question? And in the chat, I'm just trying to see right now. Sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties. There are questions. I just unfortunately can't see them because of my technical difficulties. So I'm just trying to pull them up.
No worries.
If you would like to type your questions in the chat, maybe I can get to it very quickly. Okay. How can people connect with you, first of all, as we wait for the question?
So I have on the screen right now, if you have your phone, you can take, you can open your camera. You can connect with me on LinkedIn at Stella Iheanacho. On Instagram, it's stella.iheanacho. And I think those are the two key places. Or you can visit my website, www.stellaiheanacho.com.
Wonderful. Wonderful. And just one question. How do people set? Okay. I'm sorry, I'm being told that time is up. Thank you so much. Please connect with Stella on all of her social media platforms. Stella, this was fantastic. We really, really enjoyed your presentation.
Absolutely.
Keep up the fantastic work. Thank you. So I would like to go ahead, because we're running slightly behind on time, I'd like to go ahead and introduce the next speaker, Tammy Darmel Moore. Tammy Darmel Moore is the founder and president of Footprints in Africa. She offers a rich history over 20 years in corporate America and is credited with helping enterprises flourish exponentially through her acute business acumen and strategy. Following her retirement from the corporate sector, Tammy wanted to do more to give back. And after that, a life-changing trip to Ethiopia, Footprints in Africa, was born. Tammy, we'd like to introduce you to the stage. Thank you so much. We're looking forward to hearing what you have to say. I think we're trying to bring Tammy up now. Okay.
I'm here.
Hi, Tammy. We don't actually see you. We just see your virtual background.
I'm here, and the camera and the audio are on.
Okay. Tammy, can you see us?
Yes, I can see you.
Okay. Well, we don't see your face. We just see the virtual background. I guess let's just get started.
Yeah. Okay, so as you just stated, I'm Tammy Darmel Moore. I'm the founder of Footprints in Africa. For all entrepreneurs, movers and shakers.
Sorry, Tammy, excuse me. Do you mind trying to remove your background? Maybe then we can see your face.
Let's see.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Tammy, if you can exit out and then come back and we'll see and we'll just give it just a moment and we'll just provide some quick updates. And then hopefully you'll be back by then and we can see you and it'll all be good.
Perfect.
So if you can exit out the
Okay, so I
platform.
removed the background.
No, we cannot see you at all. So if you can just literally like exit out of the platform and then enter back and then hopefully it's good to go because we cannot see you. Something's going on with your camera maybe. So if you can just try again because we saw you earlier, but we can't see you now. All right. So sometimes technology fails us. This is why we're going. Eventually, we'll be doing this in person and we won't have to worry about all of the technical difficulties. But nonetheless, I'm still excited. We have some great topics coming up. Tammy will be covering business development. If you do not already know, the I Am Change conference is a 2-day conference. It is all day. We have over 40 women coming together across 20 countries to offer their wisdom, offer their experience. These are seasoned leaders, executives, senior leaders that are sharing their wisdom with you all day. So if I were you, I would consider this to be a masterclass. I would have my notebook out, I would have a pen out and really collect the gems. If you go onto our social media pages, you'll also see the schedule. What's today's schedule? It is there live. If you are registered, you too will also get that schedule and you can see who is talking, when they're talking, and what you can sign up for. I know one session that I'm really excited for, which is tomorrow. There's 2 sessions on spiritual wellness. And like I'm literally like, I can't wait for it. Is there anything that you're really looking forward to, Anuli, today? There's 3 things that I'm looking forward to during the conference, but one in particular today.
So nothing specifically. I'm actually just really excited because there's so many fantastic women that are going to be speaking. I really enjoyed what Stella talked about embracing failure, and just being agile and just we had talked about this on our live stream the other day. Not being afraid to fail forward. And so I loved how her presentation kind of just buttressed that. So I'm excited. I think all of the speakers are going to be great. And I'm especially excited, like you said, about tomorrow's session on spiritual wellness. That is right up my alley, actually.
I was going to say, and we may have to have Tammy at a later time today because she's having some technical challenges. But I did want to share what I'm really looking forward to. I'm actually really looking forward to the I Am Change panel. We have about, I think, 5 amazing speakers who are going to be speaking on their experiences about change. As you can see, I'm like completely and totally passionate about not just change, but women leading change and like really understanding how do they do it, what are the challenges that they go through. A lot of them are married with children, and I'm always fascinated with women who can do it all, because there was once upon a time it was said that we couldn't. And so we have real life superheroes who will be on the I Am Change panel. All right, so I don't know what's here.
It looks like we're trying to get her on stage. Oh, I think she's here.
No, we can't see her.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it's technical issues that we're having, but we do have our next speaker here, and so we may be able to go with that.
Okay.
All right. So give me just a moment, and we will get started. Yeah, it's the connection.
We will definitely find a way to bring Tammy on.
Yeah, for sure. We will have time today to definitely bring her back so she can share um, her her segment because she definitely prepared and she was here earlier and it was going great.
Oh,
All right. So what I'll do, I will, um, Caleb, I can get a thumbs up if you are prepared and ready. All right. So what we can do, we can bring Kayla on stage, but before we do, I want to make sure that we have her presentation ready. And I'm excited. One thing I know that I constantly talk about, especially for women who are passionate about changing the world, is financial wellness. And I think oftentimes women who do it from the heart sometimes don't really care about the money. And I love that the heart posture is there, but I honestly say your impact is limited when you don't.
I agree.
And so we want to make sure that we're positioning ourselves as women of change to be able to just to be able to be able to be financially healthy, and so that we can, we can to live a life of impact. That's what I would say. And so yeah, so I will go ahead. I will read Kayla's bio, and then we will bring her up on stage.
Awesome.
Thank you. All right, so we have Kayla. I'm excited to have Kayla. Kayla is a certified financial planner, professional with almost a decade of experience assisting high net worth individuals and families with their financial planning needs. With a love for planning and organizing, I may need you, girl. You like to plan and you like to organize. Kayla brings her wealth of processes to Bailey Wealth Advisors. Her practice focuses on high earning women and business professionals. And I will say this, even if you're not a high earning woman, as a woman who is leading change, you need to declare that you are a high earning woman. So I highly recommend that you pull those ears out, pull the hair back, and listen to this presentation, because we are high income earning LeadHERs, even if your bank account doesn't say so. I declare billionaire status on a regular basis. Anyone who knows me, Nancy is a billionaire. Yes, my bank account is very high in value. Kayla is passionate about teaching financial literacy, traveling the world, and cheering on her LSU Tigers to another national championship victory. Okay, girl, I love it. Kayla is global. That's why she's here. Well, without further ado, let me bring her on up. Welcome, Kayla. How are you?
I am fantastic. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you feeling today? What are you most excited about for the I Am Change conference? Share before we get started.
Yes, I am great. I am happy to be here. Thank you so much for hosting this and giving us all of us ladies this platform. From here in America, literally across the pond over to Africa and everywhere else in the world. This is amazing. I've been listening to some of the speakers already. I'm like, oh, okay, like this is awesome. Like learning about these different women, what they do, how they are interacting with the world and creating changes with their business. The lady earlier who spoke, who's from South Africa with the suits, I'm like, okay, definitely need to connect with her. I love South Africa. And who doesn't love a good power suit? So definitely looking forward to connecting with her and hearing the wonderful information from the rest of the ladies who are speaking today and all the ladies who are speaking tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely connect with Norma. Her suits are amazing. Suitably Norma for those who are interested. I am a suit girl, but I like really nice suits.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I am pulling, your presentation is loading, and then we will get started.
All right, awesome.
With your presentation. All right, we'll go ahead and I will get out your
All right, you just disappeared so fast. Okay, so here is my presentation. I entitled this Money Business because this is all about setting a strong financial foundation for yourself, whether you are just starting out, whether you've kind of been in this game for a little bit and still just trying to figure it out, trying to change some habits that you learned growing up, whatever the case may be. Like the goal of this presentation for me is to help you just build lay a strong foundation for the empire in which you're trying to build, because you cannot build an empire on a weak foundation. Obviously, if you're here, you're obviously interested in doing some big, amazing things. So we want to make sure that we dig deep and build a strong foundation for you to land on. So let me see, do I have controls of this or no? Okay, yep. So this is my bio, you guys. She already read it, just a little bit about me. You know, as she mentioned, I'm a certified financial planner, and I am here in the Silver Spring area, which is right outside of Washington, D.C. So our objectives for today, we're going to talk about managing your money business, and then 2, we're going to talk about releasing emotional ties to money. And so first, I want to talk about releasing emotional ties to money, because money is very emotional. You know, we make very emotional decisions with our money, whether it's you're feeling bad, you want to go shopping, whether it's, you know, something happened and you want to go spend some money on it, be food, clothes, whatever, anything that's going to make you feel better. When you look at your bank account, it's not where it wants to be. That's another emotional trigger for you. And so there are just a couple of things that I want to discuss, of things that I wish we as women would stop doing so that we could stop falling into this emotional pit of despair when it comes to money. So not sure if you guys are following with the slides. We can't see it. Update. So things to stop doing. Number 1, we're going to stop reading articles about how much money you should have saved by X. I mean, I get there's a lot of books out there that give you like these nice little formulas of, you know, take your age times your income and divide it by this many years, or divide it by 10 or whatever. And this is how much money you should have saved by this time. And all of that is great. It's fantastic. They're great benchmarks. But if you are not there, that's just another way that can help you, that would cause you to spiral in feeling like you're not adequate, you're not good enough, you're not where you should be. But the truth of the matter is you are where you are, and this is exactly where you're supposed to be. Also, another thing is stop comparing your salary to people who are much older than you or random people who you see on social media, because everybody now on social, everybody believes in transparency now, and everybody wants to, oh, this is how I made, like, this is my salary progression from when I started in 2017 or 2016, and here's where I am now, and now I make, you know, this 6-figure number, or whatever the case may be. So just stop comparing. You know what you have to offer. You know what your skill set is. Obviously, I'm not going to tell you to not do your research. Definitely go out and see what the market is saying the value is for your skills. So don't sell yourself short, but also don't put yourself in the comparison game, because comparison kills. And then lastly, stop feeling like as if you aren't where you should be by now. Like I said earlier, you are where you are, and where you are is exactly where you are supposed to be. All right, so now let's get into talking about managing your money business. So your top 4 actions of money are pretty much this. It's across the board. Doesn't matter whether you're here in America, over in Africa, whatever. Every time you get money, for most people, you want to give something back. Obviously, if you're here, you know, you believe in giving to good organizations and putting your money in great places. If you are a person of faith, you attend some type of church or synagogue, whatever it is, you obviously are giving there. Obviously, we're all trying to save some money, trying to do our best by investing in appreciating assets, something that's going to hold us over, you know, delayed gratification, take us into the long run. And then obviously paying off debt, which is a huge thing if you're here in America, because things are morbidly expensive, whether it's coming from like paying off debt or trying to get a mortgage, all of these things, you know, we're all just trying to balance out life. And these primarily for most everybody. A lot of people are debt free, and I am so happy for you. Fantastic. We are all going to be there. As Nancy said, we decree and declare that we are all billionaires and we are all debt free. But for most people, these are going to be your top 4 actions of money. And so next you have to like really look at yourself and, say, I am the CEO of my life. Like we're here talking, we're here with Strategic Solutions with Nancy. She's obviously the CEO of this business. And whether you are fresh out of college, mid-career, whatever, you are the CEO of your life. And all businesses, business is business. Business is the business of it's the business of America. It's the business of Africa. It's the business everywhere. Like corporate finance is corporate finance. This is why people can transfer jobs, all over the world, because money is money. Numbers do not lie. So the 2 things you want to look at is like what's coming in and what's going out. And that's going to let you know what your cash flow is. And ultimately at the end of the day, as a business owner, even if you're not a business owner, if you think in this fashion, it's like after all this money comes in and and after I'm putting all this money out on whatever the expenses may be, what's left over? And what's left over is going to let you know if you are profitable. And if you aren't profitable, obviously now you need to really look at and see like, okay, where do I need to cut back? How can I make some more money? Obviously, that's the mindset for most entrepreneurs. If you see yourself, it's like, okay, this is getting a little tight. How can I go out and make some more money? Like, do I need to put a program together? Do I need to collaborate with somebody? How can I expand my audience and get new people, expand my reach to get new people into, get new eyes on my business, on my service, on my product? If you're just a regular, consumer, and you are not an entrepreneur, but you're an entrepreneur because you're working for somebody else's business, you're probably asking yourself, okay, what do I need to cut back on and how can I make more money? Whether that's up-leveling in skills, getting a new certification, whatever it is. And if you are profitable, then you need to ask yourself, how are you distributing those profits? So if you're a regular entrepreneur working for someone else, then, maybe it's putting more money into assets that have the potential to appreciate, like the market, or even into yourself. You are your greatest investment. If you're a business owner, where are you distributing? Like 9 times out of 10, I would assume that you were putting most of your profits back into the business because we want it to grow. We want it to go global, which is why we're all here. Or are, you falling victim to the hype of everybody has a G-Wagon now. Let me go buy a G-Wagon so I can write it off of my taxes, or purchasing other things that, don't have the potential to appreciate in the future and provide you with possibly a stream of income. And so speaking of income, there's this guy I used to follow on Instagram, and this is kind of like a thing that I had taken from him. And he would always say the magic wealth formula, which is so simple, is get money by income. And obviously you get money through various ways, whether that is through your job, that through your business, whether you are selling stuff out of your house, or just any, various other sources. There's obviously, we have a large gig economy. So whether you are using your gifts and talents, you're playing, you're making things, whatever it is, and then using that money, using your profits to buy things that can actually provide you with income in the future. So these items here have the potential to, provide you with income in the future, whether that be stocks, bonds, real estate, annuities. Obviously adding your business, which if you keep it up and put the right systems in place, it can provide you with income pretty much in perpetuity if you contract that right. And with that, even as simple as that sounds, with get money by income, there's always going to be some type of threat, right? So whether that be unexpected expenses, because life happens, right? It doesn't matter how good things may be going. And, it's also not a great way to look at life. It's like, things are going to happen. But we know it's also about how you react to it. So instead of being down and out about it, you just go ahead and prepare for it. Like, okay, like we know things are going to happen. If you own a home, something's probably going to break. Even if you're in an apartment, like things can happen. There have been plenty of people around here who have had cars stolen, catalytic converters stolen off of their cars. All of these things cost money. And then unexpected losses. Maybe you are dependent on somebody, or someone is dependent on you, and you lose your job, or someone who's helping to maintain your household, they lose their job, or someone dies. Like all of these things are threats to your cash flow. And this is why we want to protect what you are building. And so protection can come in many forms, but if you are working for somebody, if you have worked for somebody and you had an account with a beneficiary designation on it, go ahead and number one, you want to make sure you name those beneficiaries. So whether that be on like your old retirement plans, whether that be on pension plans, whether that be your insurance plans, make sure that the people who you have named as your beneficiary, well, one, just make sure you name the beneficiary. And then two, make sure those people who you may have named 10 years ago, 5 years ago, are still the people who you want to benefit if something were to happen to you. And this goes for your family as well. Like, make sure your parents have gotten their stuff up to date. And then secondly, create an estate plan. Obviously, as a financial planner, I do not draft estate planning documents. This is something you would have to go to an estate planning attorney for. But go seek help in helping them in helping you draft your documents. So thinking about like your healthcare medical directives, your power of attorney, financial directives, guardianship for your children. Obviously, we don't like to think about these things because we, kind of wish we're going to be here to see our kids grow up. We're going to be around for a very long time. But, COVID's taught us all that that's really not the case. So we want to make sure we have these documents in place so that people can make decisions on our behalf, or you can make decisions on someone else's behalf if they are unable to do that for themselves. And then last but not least, get insurance. Protect what you are building. Like, if you are a working individual, you are the golden goose. You are a breadwinner. Protect what you're building. And also health insurance. Here in America, it's crazy. Y'all know, it is just like, I like to joke and say it's like it's one of the biggest scams ever with the health insurance, but it's expensive. Getting disability insurance, property and casualty, homeowners, all that stuff, protect your assets is the bottom line. And then secondly, I want to make sure you create your own board of directors. And so this is obviously a real big thing if you're a business owner and you're trying to go global. Obviously, you're going to have a board of directors with various different other entrepreneurs or other experts in their field who can come together and give you diversity of thought. And that's pretty much the same idea when you are creating your board of directors for your life, for your own financial life. So obviously you want to have, like I mentioned, an estate planning attorney that's going to help you draft up these documents to protect yourself. You want to have somebody who's going to help you get the right insurances that you need. You want to have somebody like myself who is a financial professional who really can help you round out that house. And then obviously you want to have like someone that's a CPA or an accountant, someone licensed to prepare your taxes. So that way you aren't getting in trouble with your government entities and ended up owing them, thousands of dollars, because nobody wants to do that, right? And so if you guys can put this pyramid on the screen for me. So here is just like a family legacy pyramid. And these are 3 questions that I really want you to ask yourself when it comes to financial wellness and building your financial household. Number 1, ask yourself, am I okay? Like, go back and look at the formula, income minus expenses. Is there cash flow left over? How am I doing? And then you can look out and say, is my family okay? And if I am okay and if my family's okay, then let me tap into, is my community okay? Because you cannot pour from an empty cup the same way you can't give what you don't have. And sometimes when people see you doing good, obviously they want to ask you for things, but you always have to give with the thought in mind that if I give this person money because they're asking for it, you have to fully expect that you're not going to get it back. Just already have that in mind and ask yourself, am I able to live without these funds that I am giving to this person because they asked for it? So always making sure you're okay, then you're making sure your family's okay, then making sure your community is okay. And so before we get into questions, can you guys put up the checklist first, just so you guys can have some actionable steps of what you can do on your journey to financial wellness. So it makes it so much easier when you have your priorities. Just like pick your top 3 things and let's go with those. Know your cash flow, figure out how to increase your income and minimize your expenses. Making sure your cash flow is being allocated allocate it to your top 3 priorities. So just in business, like if you ever went through business branding, mission statement, whatever it is, when it comes to that, it's like, here are our top three priorities. Here are our top 3 definers. And if this decision does not is not conducive or is not serving either one of these 3 things, then we're not doing it. And so it's the same thing with your life, and then covering your bases, and then create and work your own financial plan. So with that, if there are any questions, I want to make sure I leave a little bit of time and stay on base so you guys can keep the rest of the conference on track. Okay. All right, and that's my contact information. If you guys want to reach out to me, you can connect with me on LinkedIn. That's where you will find most of my professional life. You can look me up on social. That's where you'll find most of my personal life. But yeah, anywhere you want to connect, please feel free. Love to connect with you all, connect, create, and be catalysts for change, as Nancy has been saying all since the beginning of this conference.
Well, thank you so much. I greatly appreciate you. That was a wealth of knowledge. I am going to start with questions. Any questions for Kayla? She had such an amazing presentation. I actually just have a question as far as like, I feel like financial wealth building is a spectrum, and you have where when you're really wealthy, here are some things that you can do. And then I'm just trying to figure it out. Can you give practical advice from both ends?
Yeah. So obviously, the majority of people are not born, with a silver spoon in their mouth, right? So we are starting this thing almost from scratch. Like, we saw what our parents did. Our parents, obviously, their goal was to do better than their parents did. And obviously, our goal now as adults is to do better than our parents did. And so, it's kind of like the age-old adage of where you go somewhere and you take all the things that you need and do away with the things you don't. So whether that is reading books, and there's a wealth of financial literacy books out there that you can start from, and just really gaining that knowledge, and then also not just having the knowledge, but also putting it into practice. So getting around people who are doing better than you in this area. Like, we never want to be, as they say, you never want to be the smartest person in the room, right? So if you can get yourself into a room, like Nancy, you said, I'm a billionaire. Getting in the room with other billionaires is kind of like by osmosis. You start thinking like these people because you start learning and seeing how they're moving, how they're reacting. And you can start to think like that, and it'll put you kind of it'll put you in a different mindset, because that's really all it is. Like, people say all the time, like, poverty really isn't a place, it's a mindset. Like, that's really what it is. And so we want to get ourselves away from that mindset and into a wealth mindset, being here. And as most people here are probably entrepreneurs, saying, I am a global change agent, putting yourself into the mindset, positive affirmations, using the things that you are learning to build yourself up. And then obviously, if you do come from a little bit of money, you obviously don't want to be the kid who squanders all of your parents or your grandparents' hard work. And so, yet and still, educating yourself, making sure you are up to date, learning, how did we get here? How can I keep this going? Back to the board of directors, making sure you have smart people in your corner who can advise you and assist you on your path.
Thank you. Whoa. Last question of poverty. So the facts, poverty mindset is real. It's funny because I would say your mindset, which Stella was speaking about, mindset's so powerful, but there really is like a wealth mindset that people have to adopt, and an abundance mindset to even be able to start to operate in that way. I do have one final question for you, and then we'll shift. Is there a tool we can use to assess your emotional relationship with money? Or are there some reflective questions to help get started? So any tools?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there are some tools out on the internet that can help you with your emotional intelligence when it comes to money. But if you don't, feel like Googling those, some of the questions you can ask yourself, and these are more so where you have to be cognizant of really addressing your emotional state. So if something happens, in your life, or thinking about like, okay, here's where I am. Why did I do this? Like if I go to the grocery store and I only want to pay with cash, question is, why do I want to do that? Or if I get a bill and I don't want to pay it right on time, I want to pay half of it now, half of it later. Why do I do that? Asking yourself these questions, like when you are making these actions with your money, taking the time to reflect, like, why did I do this? If you just got off a big shopping spree, and now that you kind of come down off the high, asking yourself, like, why did I just go spend all this money? Like, is this making me feel better? How long is this going to like, just questions like that. And really, instead of just kind of living haphazardly, start paying attention to your habits that you probably didn't know were habits. And then, as I tell people all the time, if you go back and look at the last 3 months of your bank statements or your credit card statements, it will 100% tell you where your priorities are.
Yeah. You got to have the real conversations with yourself, right? Those statements will tell you the truth. They will tell you the truth. Awesome. And then any final tip, and then also how can people connect with you?
Yes. Final thing, I do have a free resource for you guys. You can go to bit.ly/moneybiz, so moneybiz 2024, and that'll get you to the page where you can download the free resource that I have for you guys. Feel free to connect with me. Like I said, on LinkedIn, I'm there. You can connect with me on my personal social media. It's just the @ Miss MISS Kayla 11. So just my name. You can, also there, and really just stay focused. And know that financial wellness is not a sprint. It really is a marathon, because life, it ebbs and flows, right? It goes up and down. But if you have your plan, if you have, your mindset, everything on track, and you have the right people in your corner, like, you're going to make it. Like, Nancy, you're going to make it to billionaire status. Like,
well,
we got this. Like, you're going to make
it. Thank you. Well, thank you so much for just giving us your time today in this amazing presentation. If you are registered, you will get the direct links that Kayla has access to. And if you're in the app, if you have the Disrupt Her ticket, you have an opportunity to actually connect in real time with Kayla for 90 days in the Disruptor app. I'm going to continue to say that because I think connections are powerful. I will name right here on this platform that I wouldn't be where I am today if I was not intentional about really cultivating connections and building authentic relationships. So thank you, Kayla, so much for your time.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, we're going to continue to get this show on the road. Like I said, I am extremely excited about this particular segment of the day. This is like my highlight. I started by saying the I Am Change panel was something that I was excited for. And so I'm just going to wait. I think we have one more panelist that we are waiting on. So let's see here. Yeah, definitely. I'm looking, as I said, I hear so looking forward to this panel. Definitely. We have amazing women that are literally changing the game in their industries. Let's see here. I think we're waiting on two more, and then we will get started. We got all kinds of technical difficulties today. But there was something that went out today. West Africa is actually having, and this is all, like, majority of West Africa is having challenges with their with their network. And so we're probably experiencing a little bit of that. Yeah, this is we have two that are from, I think it's a network thing. I'll try again. Well, we'll go ahead and get started. I will first start by sharing who these amazing women are. I'll start with the host and then some of the speakers. My hope and prayer, y'all can join me in prayer, is that the network is friendly to us and will allow these amazing women to join. So I do see, look at that, God answers prayers that quick. I do see people joining now, but we're gonna go ahead and get started. It may just be a little slow. And then people will start to join us as we come on. So I'm going to start with the host, an amazing woman. Shanna Sobey is one of the I Am Change panel hosts. She's one of the panel hosts of the conference. She's dedicated to philanthropist and the visionary founder of Power Squad, a dynamic women's mentorship group committed to empowering women mentally, physically, and spiritually. And I will say I got to experience it just for a little bit because she had an amazing conference this December into the new year. It was called Arise, and it was truly powerful and impactful. So she is someone who is literally making change in real life. With the guiding principle of fulfilled, whole, fearless, Shanna has created a transformative space that fosters personal growth and resilience. Beyond her role as a mentor, Shanna is a passionate gospel minister and singer. We might have to have you sing, girl, live. Let's see if you're really about that life. Using her talents to inspire and uplift others on their spiritual journeys. Through Power Squad, Shanna Sobey continues to make a profound impact, helping women embrace their potential and live fearlessly. I absolutely love it. We also have, thank you, welcome, Shanna. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nancy.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Our next, well, our speaker, our panelist, we have Nimi Bello, an award-winning creative director, principal agile consultant, and strategic partner who will also be one of the I Am Change conference panelists. Nimi Bello, a global change agent, boasts over 8 years of experience in sales, technology, and leading teams through the challenges of transitioning to agile methodology. She's deeply passionate about building and scaling businesses and communities. Beyond her agile proficiency, Nimi is committed to making a global impact by combining her skills with a passion for fashion, speaking like a creative there. As a creative director and strategic partner, she has facilitated agility and success in businesses and communities through innovative and sustainable solutions. Nimi is dedicated to driving positive change, enhancing organizations and individuals alike through fashion, consulting, and more. Welcome, Nimi. Super excited to have you. Our next panelist, Joycey Awoshika, is an entrepreneur, economist, and power sector specialist. She has a history of running companies in Nigeria, mainly Oriki, amazing, I have to say, an agro beauty farm to brand that utilizes the best and effective natural ingredients and skin secrets from the richest resource continent in the world, Africa. She is really doing things on that continent. As the former curator of the World Economic Forum Abuja Global Shapers Hub, Joycey led a team comprised of 21 entrepreneurial young leaders on a number of community initiatives focused on education, youth, unemployment, and entrepreneurship. She is certainly a multifaceted woman. Joycey is an alumni of the World Economic Forum Global Shapers and has been listed as one of Nigeria's 100 most inspiring women. She is a nominee of the Future Awards Prize in Public Service in 2013 and 2016, selected into the African Leadership Network, a member of the Oxfam Work in Progress Nigeria Board, and a Tony Emalu's Entrepreneurship Program Fellow. In 2017, she was awarded as the For Her Woman of the Year in her industry. And to be honest, we don't even have an updated bio because she has done so much more. And now that it's 2024, and I will say, they said top 100 in Nigeria. I'm gonna go ahead and say global, and I'm gonna say the world. Okay, you are phenomenal and truly inspiring and genuine. Welcome, Joycey. Thank you for being here
Thank
today.
you so much, Nancy. Thank you.
You're welcome. And then I have Monica Wisdom. She has carved a diverse path through the professional landscape, establishing herself as a force in her field. Her adventurous spirit has led her into the realms of cosmetology, publishing, and the music industry. Her role as the creator and founder of the Black Women Amplified podcast, where remarkable Black women from around the world share their incredible stories. Monica's commitment to lifelong learning is exemplified by her achievement of a certificate in women's entrepreneurship from Cornell University, completing her 35-year journey as a woman entrepreneur. Welcome, welcome, Monica, to the stage. How are you? I don't know what's going on. She was there. Monica, I hope that you come back. She is there and we'll bring her back. You may have to come out and come back in. I have no idea what's happening. And then lastly, I have Manal Al-Ansi, who too is fabulous. And I'm gonna, when this panel starts, I'm gonna go ahead and just pray over this platform because I'm like, what? We have all of these technology issues. What in the world is going on? What in the world is going on? Give me one moment. All right, so Manal Al-Ansi currently serves as the Chief of Staff at St. Louis Public Schools. She brings a blend of executive leadership and innovation to every role she steps into. Rooted in values of equity and a commitment to transformational impact, her approach emphasizes transparency, certitude, and high-quality outcomes. Manal is dedicated to fostering collaboration, innovation, and the development of executive leaders within her organization, all with the goal of creating a more equitable and impactful systems. Welcome, Manal. Manal, we need your camera on, hon. Your camera's not on, which is why we can't see you. There we go. Hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Well, my hope is that our last panelist is able to join. If not, we will just continue going. We have Shanna, who is going to moderate the panel, and I'm going to go ahead and just step out the way and let you all get started.
Uh-oh, she frozen or is it just me?
I believe so.
Yes, I think so.
Uh-oh. Hey, Joycey, how are you?
Hi, Nimi.
I know. What is going on here? Oh my God. It might be us four hanging out today, and that is okay.
That's okay.
It's cool. The tech is under attack, but we're gonna make it through. We will definitely make it through. Well, I'm excited, and maybe that's what the Lord wanted because I'm so excited about the panel. Maybe He said I'm the one that needs to moderate it. So who knows? But hopefully, Shanna, she's able to join us back again. I know there's big tech challenges that are happening, but nonetheless, again, all of the women are amazing. You can stay connected with them. My hope is that they do get to come back on, but we will go ahead for time's sake and go ahead and get started with the conversation. Okay, Shanna is back, hopefully stable. Shanna, are you? She keeps freezing. Yeah, you're freezing, Shanna. It may be your network.
Well, everybody looks beautiful. Lots of melanin on the screen. I'm like, I need to take a screenshot of all this melanin beauty that I'm seeing on my screen. So
Melanin popping.
I know.
Well, I want to go ahead and just give a quick overview of just this panel. This is a panel discussion about empowerment, right? We're gonna dive into transformative power of individual agency. I am obsessed about people and the individual power that they possess and how that can fuel and lead to collective action that leads to meaningful change. And so through these personal stories, their reflections, their strategies that they give, my hope is that anyone that's listening, they're able to truly walk away with practical gems. I think a lot of times people stay in theory, and theory sounds great. That's what school is for. And then you get into the real world and you realize, what did I just learn in school? You didn't learn anything practical. So I'm going to ask that the panelists keep it real, really dive into your experiences. How have you been able to lead change effectively? So when you're answering these questions, pull from your authentic being. That's what this space is about. So I hope you guys are ready to get this show on the road. And without further ado, I'm just going to go ahead and throw a question out there. And I think I want to start with you, Nimi. You talked about just being a creative and you're in the agile space, which is probably live these agile principles because you say you like to move around a lot. Can you share a personal story or experience that illustrates your transformative power and the individual agency that you have that has led to change?
Yeah. So first and foremost, thank you so much for having me on this panel, and happy International Women's Month to all the amazing powerhouse women. So a little bit about my background. I started my career in sales immediately after I graduated. I never had the chance to go back home, live with my parents. I immediately walked across the stage, already had a job, and I think my journey has been really, really organic. And then currently, after being in sales, I now pivoted into working in the tech space and worked across different industries and with some startup companies, mid-level, enterprise level organizations. And through my agile journey, I noticed that there was a big gap with just representation in this space. And what I did through my company, Link Empower, was start an initiative called Agile at Brunch. And I think Agile and Brunch speaks for itself with just really, really empowering people that look like myself to forge a career path in the Agile and Scrum space. And one of the things that we do is we commune together on the weekend of Juneteenth. And we started this journey, about 3 years ago in Atlanta. And then I think when I think about the space of just agility and having representation and just people that look like myself, I think it just kind of speaks for itself on forging your own path and being a disruptor and creating a change where you see that something is lacking. So for me, I would say um, overall, my whole life and just my day to day exemplifies those changes. And then being able to take those experiences and create something to amplify other people that look like myself in this space is really, really important. So I would say my agency in this space is creating something like an Agile and Brunch to empower individuals that look like myself to really forge a career path in the Agile and Scrum space specifically.
Awesome. I'm going to go ahead and step off now and let the real host do her job. Thank you so much, Shanna.
You may be on mute.
Can't hear you.
Now we can hear you. Uh-oh, no. Nope.
Well, Shanna, while you're getting your connection together, and when you just come back whenever you're able to do that, you stay here and just figure out the audio. I want to go ahead and give that same question to Joyce C. About a personal story where you've just been able to use your agency to drive change.
So good. Love the question. Thank you so much, Nancy, for this. Can you guys hear me very well?
Yes, we can.
Okay, fantastic. I love the question. Love this conference. Think it's amazing. Thank you for having me. I think for me, it's quite interesting. I I'm speaking to you guys from Lagos, Nigeria. I'm grateful for the network. It's working on my behalf right now. And I think an individual story for me is I was born and raised in Washington, D.C., and decided about 10 years ago that I was going to go and discover my roots. And I was going to come back. Well, they say come back, but I never had been before, to Nigeria to explore my roots, explore this place that both my parents are from. And I decided that I was going to actually start a business. So my background is an energy economist and all, but I wanted to create something that would stand the test of time, that would put Africa on the map, put Nigeria on the map. And so I made a personal decision to leave my initial industry, which was the energy and power sector, and move into basically personal grooming, wellness, manufacturing. And I started a range and a brand of products using natural ingredients sourced from the continent of Africa. Um, that came with a lot. A new person in Nigeria, not an extensive marketing budget, had to build a team, had to manufacture in a country that was new to me. But, it was willpower, it was resilience, despite all the odds, despite the family saying, come back to DC, come back to the States. What are you doing there? And yesterday, we celebrated opening our 10th location, Oriki Spas Wellness. We're now going across Africa, and we distribute our products in continents around the world. And for me, I know that my calling was to build an institution of impact and to help other people find, their own purpose. And so I believe now that I am called to be a transformative change agent, somebody who not only empowers all my employees. To date, we have 179 and growing. Hoping to open 10 more locations this year. But my goal is to really transform the wellness industry across Africa and really show people that wellness is personal, is not a luxury. It is a necessity. And, in this part of the world, it's very overlooked and people come in with all kinds of ailments and issues. But I'm driving that narrative despite all odds. Also standing against everyone that thinks that the beauty sector is just a fluff industry. You know what I mean? It's actually something that's wellness is important, well-being is important. And that's the transformation that I want to bring to this world. And that's the mission I'm on.
Wow, that is amazing. And I do hope you can hear and see me now. Okay, that's great. Thank you so much, Joycey. That is amazing. And, sometimes, having your family in the background asking you to come back can be a bit difficult, but you stuck to it and you are definitely making a big change. And I did hear you say that you wanted to open 10 more, which is just truly amazing. So I'll move on to our next question, and this one is directed to Manal and Obasedi. So change is difficult and often met, with a lot of challenges. But the fact that, we have women here who are powerhouses, who are making a difference, even, within their backgrounds and everything is amazing. So I just wanted to find out, how did you navigate challenges and setbacks when advocating for a cause in your respective fields?
Thank you. I would say professionally, it depends on where the resistance is coming from. So because I'm a public servant, if the resistance is coming from the people that are most impacted, the people I serve, the people I'm accountable to, then that's a signal for me to recalibrate and reassess, reengage, figure out where the misalignment is. On the other hand, if the resistance is coming from people with, the power and intention to oppose or disrupt or deter what I'm going after, typically that would lead me to a power map, like a power analysis of sorts. So I have to figure out who has which lever and who has the authority to pull it, and what's our interest convergence at that point. How can I influence whether they pull or not? Then, of course, there's always that third option of just weighing the pros and cons of moving forward regardless. And, that route does have a lot of real life consequences. So if that is an option chosen, one must be careful with that. But I would also say that personally, the way that I navigate setbacks, and I've heard this echoed throughout the different speakers today, is starting with self-care, because ultimately you can't sustainably pour into other people unless your cup is overflowing. So investing in that is really important. I'm going to check out one of your spas, Joycey. And secondly, I would probably say focus. So reconnecting to my purpose and my why is, and doing so regularly, is really what's behind my ability to persist past setbacks. And lastly, I would say my faith. So, I'm a true optimist. I really am. And I just believe in what I'm able to do and what we're able to do as a collective. So that's what helps me push past the setbacks.
Wow, that's powerful. I like what you said about obviously taking care of yourself. That's one of the most important parts. And I think a lot of the time we're so focused on our goals and our ambitions, and we kind of neglect time to, take care of ourselves. But also what you said about finding the right person and making sure that they pull. That's something amazing. So the same question directed to Abosedi: how do you navigate challenges and setbacks when advocating for a cause in your respective field?
I don't think she's on the
Yeah.
call. She may
Yeah.
not
Oh,
have
she's not
connected.
on.
Yeah. I think she was having some audio connectivity issues.
Okay. All right. So we'll move on to the next question. And this one is directed to, let me just check if she's on the call. So I don't think she is, but back to you again, Manal, with this question. In what ways, in what ways can women leverage their unique perspectives and experiences to foster collaboration and collective action for meaningful change?
I really appreciate that question. Well, first, I would say that you can only leverage what you identify and understand. So, first things first, recognize the power in yourself and others. And understanding that power and the ability to impact looks really different across women, across people. So don't confine yourself into like one narrow definition of what's valuable, what's power. Otherwise, you're going to miss it. You're not going to spot it in yourself or others. So I would say a first step would just be to be open and be curious in exploring what you have to offer and what others have to offer, knowing that frankly, just so much is gained in just by naturally experiencing life as a woman. And so everyone has something. You just have to be able to recognize it.
Wow. That's amazing too. Recognizing the power in yourself, but not only just in yourself, in others. And I'll open that question up to any of the other panelists who would, like to share some wisdom on that. I don't know if you'd like me to repeat the question for you.
Yeah, if you could repeat the question, that would be lovely.
Okay, so in what ways can women leverage their unique perspective and experiences to foster collaboration and collective action for meaningful change?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and chime in on this one. I think what we're doing today is a perfect example of fostering intentional collaboration. We have women from across the globe right now in the month of March, where we are celebrating International Women's Month. I mean, think about how powerful that is in itself. And I'm literally getting chills as I'm sitting here and I'm seeing people like Joycey, who is expanding her territory in Africa, and I'm getting inspired. I'm listening to what Manal is talking about, what she's doing as a public servant, and I'm more motivated. The thing I love about collaboration is the synergies that align. You can't know everything yourself, and you can't do everything yourself. And I'm a strong advocate for working smarter versus working harder. And that's why I'm an agilist. However, I can do something that doesn't require me to do too much input by connecting with
my sister to be able to execute the same goal is a win-win for us all. So I think just thinking about the power of what's happening right now on this platform with women from across the globe and what we're doing, like Nancy's talked about, we're here to be a catalyst of change and change agents. And I think to answer your question, today is a perfect example of the power of collaboration.
I love that answer. And it really matches well and merges well with what Manal said about recognizing the power in yourself, but also recognizing the power in others. And you've just stated you believe in working smarter rather than harder. So if you see someone else who can do it, you're open to that collaboration, which is amazing. I'll move on to our next question. And this one again is we now have Monica with us. Hello, Monica. I'm not sure if she can hear us. Hello.
Hi.
Hello, great to
Hello,
have you
ladies.
with us.
Thank you. I apologize. Technical difficulties.
That's okay. That's all right. We actually were just rounding up one of the questions, but I did want to hear an answer from you on this one.
Okay.
The question is, in what ways can women leverage their unique perspectives and experiences to foster collaboration and collective action for meaningful change?
You know, it's important in this time that we're in that things are shifting and changing. So the first thing, it's important for women to understand themselves and understand our power as women, because we have the power as the divine feminine is rising, and as women are doing more than ever, we have a unique vantage point to shift how everything is working. So the first thing I would say is get to know yourself really, really well. Self-discovery is very important. And it's also very important to shed those biases, those understandings of who you thought that you were. And it's very important to find like-minded people who not only share your passion, but share your understanding of life. Because not only are you going to push for something new, but you're going to need somebody there to support yourself. So unshed, unlearn, and then relearn new ways of doing what you want to do in the world, and build a vision and then reverse engineer the vision. And it's very important because once you move forward in a new way, you want to make sure that you're focused on that vision and people who can support what you see the world being for the future.
Wow, thank you. Thank you. And I think what I've really gleaned from a lot of your answers is that collaboration is about finding like-minded people, finding people who, you can work with in a way that's advantageous to the vision that you have. So thank you so much. And I do hope you can hear me because I've just noticed a bit of a connection error on my end.
I can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So I'll move on to our next question. And this one, I'll open it up to the panel, but I'd love to hear from you, Nimi, first. What role does mentorship and allyship play in empowering women to become effective change agents? And how have these relationships impacted your own company?
Yeah, so thank you for that question. I definitely believe and accept and embrace that mentorship does play a pivotal role in your development, in professional, business, in whatever capacity. Because again, I talked about representation in the beginning of this conversation, and having people who have poured into me is why you're seeing me here today, being able to contribute my experiences, my background, and just even my career trajectory. I didn't get here alone. I've had some intentional individuals, women. Sorry, Monica, could you please go on mute? You have some background noise. I have some intentional individuals that have really invested their time, their resources, and not just resources, or just being able to say, hey, have you considered this? Or here's my experience, or allowing me to schedule 30 minutes on their calendar to have a conversation or to pick their brain. And I think having people that create safe spaces for you for advocacy and just instilling what they've learned through their experience and their journey is a powerful thing for you to have access to, because it's a blueprint to success. It gives you an example of what to do, what to focus on. They're basically telling you, hey, I've made these mistakes, don't do the same thing, and let me show you the ropes. And I want to talk a little bit about allyship. I think we don't focus enough on this. There are men that have stood by me when it came to building what I'm building. There are men that have invested not only financially, their time, their resources, you name it, when I've had a vision or I've had an idea. Everything that I'm building with Lincoln Power and just even my career, there have been men who have led me in my vision and said, this is a great idea. I would love to invest in this, or I would love to encourage you by doing X, Y, Z. So I just want to shout out to all of the men that are allies to women who are not, who don't feel inferior to powerful women like ourselves, who support us even when it seems like we don't deserve the support. But I just want to shout out to all the men who are allies to us in strategy, in business, and professional development. So I would say that allyship and mentorship are two key components to the success of any individuals who is building or who is a visionary out there.
Yeah, that is powerful. You know, a lot of the time, and just within my space and what I do, a lot of the challenge is women being in relationships where they don't have someone supporting them. So that is very, very key. And I also loved what you said about not being, you know, afraid to ask questions and really using your connections and just having the, you know, attitude to want to learn, is something that is really, really great. And thank you so much for highlighting that. I will open up the question to you, Manal. I think we are the three that are standing at the moment. So if you'd like me to repeat the
Absolutely.
question.
Yeah, you could repeat it just in case, I just got
Yeah.
lost in Yumi's words.
Okay. So what role does mentorship and allyship play in empowering women to become effective change agents? And how have these relationships impacted your journey?
So I would say in general, it accelerates it. So it accelerates your ability, your impact, and your proximity to change. In my life, what I've recognized it as is a gift. So it's a gift given to you or a gift given to someone else that you choose to give to someone else. And it's not just because, two minds are better than one and 10 are better than two. It's actually that this person is invested and is rooting for your success. And many times I've noticed that it isn't that a mentor, sometimes, as Mimi pointed, they actually know the pathway and they can help you navigate and point you in the right direction. But sometimes it can just look like consistent thought partnership and encouragement. Someone who, if they don't know the pathway forward, they can give you advice on how to regulate nerves in a moment of anxiety. They can teach you or encourage you to stay in an optimistic state of mind where you're still in the place where you believe in yourself. They may pour back into you in that way. There are so many ways that mentors and being a mentor is life-changing. I also want to name that it's a reciprocal relationship. Anytime that I've mentored someone, I've received so much joy out of being able to pour into someone else and pay forward what's been given to me when I was the mentee. But also there's just so much to learn from people's lived experiences. And that mentorship relationship can grow into an intimate sort of bond in a place of trust, where you not only learn from your experience, but you learn from the experience of the person you're helping navigate through a chapter in life, in business, in whatever it is they're pursuing. So I think it's beautiful. It's been extremely impactful in my life. And again, one thing I heard echoed today is the importance of community and building a team of mentors, and being a part of another person's team of mentors is actually connecting you into this network and community that platforms such as this one today are meant to create. So it's very valuable and very powerful.
Thank you. Thank you. That was a great answer. You know, even though I'm the panel host, I'm also gleaning from you. So I'm taking my notes too. But that's amazing. And, you know, having heard what you said about having someone who's there, who's invested with you, someone who's rooting for you, someone who can pick you up and remind you that, you know, this is why you started this in the first place. That's something powerful, because somewhere along the road of the journey of change, there will come a time where you feel like giving up. But for you to have someone to push you through is so important. And I am glad to see that we have Monica and Joycey back. The last question that I have is directed to you both, so I'm so happy to see you. I'll just go straight into the question. It is, as we strive for a more sustainable and equitable future, based on your personal experiences and learnings, what actionable steps can women take to contribute to larger movements for change in their communities and beyond? If we can hear from Monica first, I suppose.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay, great. I was reflecting on this question, and what it was reminding me of is when I was a part of the Ferguson Rebellion, about how we all came together in one moment for justice for one child and then all children. And when it worked well is when we were focused on one mission. When we were focused on the mission of making sure that every child could be safe in this country and every child had what they needed to be safe. So when it comes to joining larger movements, we have to think bigger than ourselves and what we get out of it. We have to think about the mission that is bigger than anything we could ever imagine. So it's going to test us. It's going to push us and pull us in ways that we've never known before. But we have to understand and trust that we're up for that challenge. So when it comes to collaborating with bigger missions than yourself, especially in this moment now, where there are so many split factions and ideas and come-froms, we have to be secure in ourselves and know where we stand and what our standards are. We have to know what our boundaries are, but we also have to know that it's something bigger than us, that not only are we preparing the future for the kids, but we're shifting culture, we're shifting the paradigm, and we're shifting how people see the world. And especially for Black women, we're shifting the way that people see us. So when you join something, make sure that you're supported, make sure that your vision is included, and make sure that you're heard. It's because it's the time right now to get loud and be in spaces where you're allowed to be loud and to be yourself. So make sure that when you're joining and you're collaborating, that you are making sure that there are voices that are different than yours and voices that are the same as yours in those spaces. Because if one of us falls off the boat, we all have to stop and save our sister, period. And that's the way we're moving forward, because the way that we've been working is not working. So we have to find a new way to work. And that's through our divine feminine, that's through our woman power, that's through our feminine power, and that's through connecting with sisterhood in collaboration and in community.
Thank you. Thank you, Monica. You know, one thing that I've really taken from throughout the questions that have been asked is for each of you have basically said that you are very secure in yourself. You're very secure in your voice, you're very secure in your idea. And that's something that is really powerful. And also knowing your boundaries, you know, having non-negotiables that you know that you're not going to go past this or you're not going to compromise on. That's great. Thank you so much, Monica. And before I ask you, Joycey, to answer the question, if anyone has a question that you would like to be answered as we're hearing the final answer, if you could please just write it down in the comment section, and we'll be sure to get that answer to you. You are allowed to ask your question to all of the hosts or all of the panelists, or to just one in particular. So Joycey, I will repeat the question for you. As we strive for a more sustainable and equitable future, based on your personal experiences and learnings, what actionable steps can women take to contribute to larger movements for change in their communities and beyond? I'm not sure if you are connected. Just give you a couple of seconds to respond.
Love this question. Thank you so much. And I was hoping you'd ask me before I got kicked out again. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
We can.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
we can hear you.
Okay, I'm hoping my network cooperates. Okay, good. Okay, let me try to make this short and snappy because technology is trying to get us, but it's not going to succeed. Okay, number one is, I would say, through volunteering. You guys hear me?
Yes, we
Yes,
can.
we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm just going to speak. One of the best ways I would say to contribute to global movements as a woman is to get involved through volunteering, lending our voices in organizations and movements that we feel we can make a difference in. Another way is to start a community group. I would say if you see a lack or void where you are, most important ways is to invest in another woman. You know, her and lend your voice and lend your resources. I really hope that you guys could hear me, but those are 3 ways that I think are actionable and practical.
Well, it seems like our host is, oh, Nancy's back. We can't hear you, Nancy.
Yeah, you're on mute.
Oh, wow, I was really excited. That was a phenomenal panel, and Hannah did such a wonderful job hosting. She's so graceful. If we can mute our backgrounds, please. If we have background noise, mute it, please. Thank you. That was a fabulous. Well done, ladies. And you guys made it work. I thank you for your leadership in real life, right? So I think this I Am Change panel was a reflection of what happens in real life when you are trying to do new and creative things and lead change. It doesn't always go according to plan. And I love that we started with the agile mindset because it does require you to be flexible. It requires you to be adaptable. It requires teamwork. It requires communication. And all of these things happened in real life as this panel was going. And so well done, ladies. Well done. Shanna is back, but not fully with us. So I will have her. Hopefully she can finish and end with us. But if there are any questions, for the panel, now is the time to drop those questions in the chat. We are going to be coming to an end. But what questions do you have for either someone individually or for the entire group? So we have a question here, and anyone who, if it speaks to your heart, how do you lend your voice and create impact as a lady just starting out in real life? That is a really good question. I'm just starting. I want to lend my voice. I want to lend my impact. How do I do that? Because y'all are so great up there and you guys are veterans. Tell me, as a newbie, how do I get started?
I would I can answer this one. I would just encourage you to just get started. Get started, be vulnerable, put yourself out there. We talked about mentorship in the conversation. Get you a mentor, get you somebody that not only can they add value to you, but you can also bring something of value. We all have value to provide. And it's important for you to start to identify, why are you doing what you're doing? Be authentic in your journey. And I would just say, just get started. The best way for you to get results is to actually put yourself out there, and don't be afraid to fail. Start it. It's not going to be perfect. You will get some bruises and bumps along the road. But I would just say, just starting is going to really, really help you to, one, fail fast, to improve and to make adjustments, and then also mentorship. And feel free to reach out to all of us here. We're all approachable ladies. We'll be happy to connect with you. I know I will definitely love to connect with you. You can follow me on Instagram or LinkedIn and just reaching out. And again, I just want to encourage you and empower you to just get started.
I would add that, so earlier I mentioned, a good starting point is to identify the power in yourself and others. But there's a reason why they say knowledge is power. So in direct response to your question, I would say start with identifying what you're knowledgeable about or acquiring knowledge about a thing. So you're not just, loud and wrong about whatever you're lending your voice to. Recognizing that you already have a wealth of knowledge, and there is always actually more to learn. So acquire some knowledge, become even more knowledgeable than you are, and lending your voice will become very easily, because there's confidence that attaches to a wealth of knowledge.
Does anyone else want to answer that question? It's a good question. Different perspectives. No, we don't have to. We can wrap this thing up. And then any final questions coming in, go ahead and drop it now. This is coming to a close. Shanna, I'm going to give you your space back. I just step in, and try to be as graceful as you. I hope I've done a decent job. Let me give you back your stage, girl.
Thank you. Gosh, this network has been crazy, but I just want to say thank you to our panelists. You have really shared and imparted wisdom. And as I said, I was here hosting the panel, but I've been taking notes, and I will definitely put into practice what you have suggested. And I just want us to remember the goal of the panel, which was not only just to inspire you or to encourage you to, be a woman who is a leader of change, but we wanted to give you the practical tools and strategies on how to do so effectively. So thank you for the questions. I didn't get to hear part of the answer, which I'm a bit sad about, but just thank you so much for the questions that you've posed. And if you do have any others, I think there might be a way for them to be answered at some point. Thank you to Nancy and the team. That is it from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And with that, an extended big thank you. My name is Monique. I am one of the hosts for the conference this year. So glad to be here at this point in time with everyone. And just, even with technical difficulties, it's so good that this opportunity is available. It's so great that we're here today. And we're going to continue on in the theme of
connect, collaborate, and catalyze change. So I get to be here to introduce you to some announcements to keep you in the know so you can get the most out of your time with us. And with that, I'd like to share a couple key pieces. So first, I'd like you to know we want you to get your virtual swag bag. So make sure that you're registered for that, number one. Number two, get the Disrupt Her ticket to access the opportunity to collaborate and to connect and to catalyze change with the speakers that you just heard on the panel, with the speakers that you heard this morning, and with all the speakers that will come for the rest of the day and tomorrow. So if you're on that app, you'll be able to connect with speakers for 90 days after this whole time together. That's a solid 3 months, y'all. Lots of ability to connect and really have one-on-one conversations and see what you can dream and bring into the world together. Next is to make the most out of your experience, continue to engage in the chat. Y'all have been leaving really great comments. And you know, when we're sharing ideas, it's always great to get feedback just to see how did it land? What did it bring up for you? What is it inspiring? So continue to do that as we move on throughout the day. And finally, be sure to follow all of the speakers on socials. That's another great way to stay connected and being able to reach out to them at any time. And so with that, I would love to let you know that we're at a really exciting part of the day, and it is the Disrupt Her Award and ChangemakHER Award. And for that, I would love to bring and invite Nancy back on the stage to make that presentation. Nancy, the floor is yours.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, Monique. And I know you've had a time today playing around and dancing around technology challenges. But I thank you for your time and your commitment to this conference. And you, Monique, will be back here shortly to introduce the next host. But then you'll also see her at the end of the day, hopefully, if she is kind enough to stay with us to finish out the day. But thank you, Monique. I'm going to introduce these two awardees and then we'll back on. So if anyone who knows me, I am someone who loves celebrating women of impact. I mean, I don't think that there's an event that I have without making sure that we honor those who are doing the work in real life. So I'm excited today. We have 4 awardees that we will be honoring over the course of the weekend. Our team will be is after this conference because the logistical madness. It's a lot. But after the conference, we will actually be sending awardees their award, regardless of the country that they're in. We will work around how we get them their actual glass award. But I want to talk about 2 particular awards. One is the ChangemakHER Award. And the ChangemakHER Award is really about someone who is committed to making their community better and just starting. So there was a question earlier about, man, I want to make impact, but how do I get started? The ChangemakHER Award is about just getting started and really making impact, regardless of the funds that you have, regardless of the people that support you, regardless of the amount of people that you're impacting, you're just getting started. I'm excited today because I'm going to be announcing 2 ChangemakHER Awards, and then I'll tell you about the Disrupt Her Award, but I'm going to save it for tomorrow. So unfortunately, you have to come back if you want to know who the winners are. So the first ChangemakHER Award goes to someone that I've watched for years. And though this person is younger than me, and though this person was inspired by the LeadHERship movement of Strategic Solutions Global, they first entered into the Strategic Solutions community about 3 years and some change ago, and they were inspired by the work that Strategic Solutions Global was doing. But little does she know is that I was just as inspired about her commitment to lifting women up in her community, regardless of the resources, what I'm most impressed about is the consistency in the work. And I think she's probably trying to get on now, but is having a hard time. I'm impressed with the consistency. See, it's one thing to say you want to lead change. It's another thing to attempt, and in the face of challenges, keep going. And so that consistency part is really key. The person that I am going to announce is in Lagos, Nigeria. Lagos, Nigeria, doing amazing things with her organization. She has an organization called Extraordinary Female. Now, you know, I was just loving the name of that, Extraordinary Female. And what I always say, and it resonated with me because I say I am an ordinary woman, ordinary girl that was called to do extraordinary things. And I believe that about everyone. You know, sometimes we may think imposter syndrome might show up. Who am I? And how can I, what, you know, how dare I have this dream? But when I think about extraordinary female, it's really about that woman who understands and is audacious enough to believe that she's extraordinary. And because she's believes it, she can do extraordinary things. So the Changemaker Award, 2024 Changemaker Award at the I Am Change Global Empowerment Conference goes to, her name is Ruth. And I'm butchering her name and I apologize. It's like Chizeme, and I know I'm saying it wrong. And she was trying to get on here and she was going to speak a little bit about the work that she does. I may bring her back later on in this conference so she has the floor to share about her work that she does. But Ruth, her Extraordinary Female program, it's a woman empowerment platform where she hosts different pageants, but it's for the purpose of self-confidence. There's also a philanthropy arm. And so she's in the community really giving back to those who are less fortunate. And I love that because I tell people you don't need, and she's calling me now, you don't need a whole bunch of resources to give. You really don't. You can give your time, you can give your heart, you can give a hug, you can give love. Like, what are you giving to help other people benefit? And that's what Ruth does on a regular, consistent basis. And that's why she is the Changemaker Award winner of 2024. And again, I'm going to try to bring her back up here so she can have her space to share her platform and share whatever is in her heart. I believe in sharing the work of those who have a vision, because a vision can only go so far if we don't have people behind it. And so my platform is about is celebrating the woman, but most importantly, showcasing the work that she's doing, because in order for a movement to truly be felt, it requires people supporting behind it. So thank you, Ruth, for the work, the amazing work that you're doing. We will get you on this platform one way or another. Like I said, West Africa is having some technology challenges. The next Changemaker Award goes to someone in Canada. This person, I've been privileged to follow her work. She's been connected to our network. She was interested about the LeadHERship retreats that we host internationally. And ever since then, we've been connected. Like I said, I stay connected with people. I follow their journey. I follow their story. And her name is Stacey Darku. She's doing amazing work in the community. She has really pushing mental health awareness and support. That is something that I think a lot in the past, and I think even sometimes now, is neglected, that wellness aspect. So thank you to those who are in that wellness space. We just left Joycey, and she talked about how we can't afford not to have wellness, right? And so Stacey Darku is in this space making an amazing impact. She actually just won an award in Canada. I think it was like top 100 like business women or something of that nature. I mean, I probably should know this fact, being that I'm introducing her, but it's okay. It's been a lot going on today. But Stacey Darku, congratulations, and continue making amazing impact. If you can hear me, if you can see me, I'm still going to DM you and let you know, and hopefully I can replay back this space. I am proud of you. I'm proud of the work that you're doing. I believe in the work that you're doing, and I pray that you get all of the support that you need to continue making impact at the highest level. With that being said, I want to make sure that we keep to time. We do have much more for today, amazing speakers that are going to be joining the platform. And we are going to make sure that they are here. Thank you so much. And then Monique, welcome back to the stage. I know we have another host that's going to be joining us really soon.
Yes, thank you, Nancy. And shout out to Ruth, to East Africa, shout out to Stacy, Canada. And for anyone who is joining us now and just getting settled in for today, this is the I Am Change Global Empowerment Conference, powered by Strategic Solutions Global. And with that, just a reminder that you can follow Strategic Solutions Global on all platforms, accessible for connecting, and in posting on your learnings today, on your takeaways, use the hashtag #HerStory, hashtag I Am Change, or hashtag #HerStoryMaker. And with that, I'm going to introduce the next host to come up, which is Nana, who will be joining us for the next hour. And Nancy was not joking, y'all. This is truly a global conference, and Nana is going to be tuning in from West Africa. So we're just traveling all over the world today. And so Nana, hello, and welcome.
Hi, thank you very much. Thank you.
How's it going?
Good. I'm
What
actually
time? What time is it in Ghana right now? Let everyone know.
I'm here in Atlanta. I'm
Oh, in
back.
Atlanta.
I'm
She made
here.
it back. Okay, great. Wonderful. Well, the floor is yours, and thanks for being here.
I appreciate it. I love this space. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you. This is an honor.
You are welcome, and I'm going to get out of your space as well so you can do your hostess duties. And welcome our next speaker. I'm actually really excited for this session, so I'm going to be quiet and I'm going to get to the back and I'm going to take out my notebook because politics is my jam, y'all. So I'm going to go ahead and leave. Thank you, Nana.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you. Thank you for creating this platform to inspire women from all walks of life. Thank you. We love and appreciate this. So I'm going to go straight to introduce our next guest, and she is Alicia Rivas. She's a woman with exceptional team skills, proven leadership ability, and experience handling an immense amount of responsibility. She actively participates in the advanced mobility of the city of Compton by serving on the personal board and volunteering for numerous community programs and initiatives. At Arrivals for Compton organized and supervised an independent team to target absentees voters for Michelle Chambers' successful campaign in 2019. With her strong self-direction and the ability to take initiative, she has traveled with the city of Compton to Washington, D.C. as a staff member to lobby members in Congress, as well as staff for grants and loans for the city of Compton. Welcome, Alicia Rivers. Welcome, and thank you for being part.
Hello.
Thank you. Thank you for being part of this event. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. It's my pleasure. Thank you. I do have a presentation. I'm not sure. I don't see it loaded here. I'm not sure.
Did you share? You can also share your screen if you like, or add a source. Did you share with? You did? Okay. So just give me a moment and we'll bring it on. You can, do your flow. It'll be on with it.
Yeah, no worries. Good to go. Okay, great. Thank you guys so much for being here. My fellow advocates around the world. It really is an honor to be here before you today at this Global Women's Conference. Really to come together and explore the dynamic landscape of politics. As we embark on this journey together, I want us to first acknowledge the pivotal role that women have played throughout history in shaping policies and driving societal progress. From suffragettes fighting for the right to vote to trailblazers breaking barriers in political office, women have been at the forefront of change, challenging the status quo, and being that real champion for equality. We can just forget about the presentation if that's going to be an issue. But yeah, okay, so we'll go on. Today, many do not realize it, but we have found ourselves at a critical juncture in history where the voices of women are more vital than ever in the halls of power. 21 states have banned abortion or restrict the procedure early in pregnancy than the standard set by Roe v. Wade, which governed reproductive rights for nearly half a century, but was overturned by our Supreme Court. Despite significant strides, women continue to be underrepresented in governance, facing systemic barriers, and of course, entrenched biases. So why is female leadership in politics so crucial? What impact does it have on shaping policies and driving societal progress? And how can we navigate and prepare for a career in governance to unlock our potential for that meaningful impact and lasting change? Well, I'm really glad you asked. Firstly, the significance of female leadership in politics cannot be overstated. Studies have shown that diverse perspectives lead to better decision making and more innovative solutions. When women are at the table, policies are more inclusive, addressing the needs of all members of society, regardless of gender, race, or socioeconomic status.
Allie, I'm going to pause you just for a second because you are so beautiful, and I want to make sure everyone can see your face, and this presentation goes perfectly well. You're frozen. If I'm just going to take you off and then just bring you back, and hopefully, okay, make some movement. Okay, you're good. All right. Okay, great. I was like, no. We got to make sure you look right.
I appreciate that.
Okay, go ahead.
Were you able to hear me, or was it?
We heard you. You were just frozen.
Okay, great. Great. So, furthermore, female leaders often bring a unique set of skills and experience to the table. Unique meaning empathy, collaboration, and resilience. These qualities are essential in building consensus, bridging divides, and driving positive change in all of our communities. But when navigating a career in governance, it can really be challenging. So, how can we prepare ourselves to overcome these obstacles and make our mark in the world of politics? A few key strategies would be education and knowledge. You want to make sure you empower yourself with a solid foundation in political science, public policy, governance, anything that is going to enhance your skills and expertise. Network and mentorship. You want to make sure you build a strong support network of peers, mentors, and allies who can really provide guidance, advice, and encouragement along your journey. There are so many different nuances in politics and government. Allies are going to be your best friend. So you want to seek out any type of mentorship opportunities with experienced leaders who can help you navigate the complexities of politics. And it's important to remember, mentors come in all shapes and sizes. So, they may not look like you may be, oh, that's not someone who I can really learn from. Trust me, there is something that you can learn from everyone. Advocacy and activism. You want to make sure that you're getting involved at the grassroots level. These are the movements that are most impactful. You want to jump on advocacy campaigns and just any community organizing efforts that are going to amplify your voice and drive the change for whatever issues you care about. Confidence and resilience. You want to make sure that you can always believe in yourself. That is going to be, that really is number one. Before you step out, you have to make sure that you have that confidence in yourself and your ability to make a difference. You have to develop resilience to overcome setbacks and obstacles along the way, because trust me, in politics and government, you're going to experience them. And it's important to also remember that every challenge is an opportunity to grow and learn. Representation and visibility. As women leaders, it's essential to ensure that our voices are heard and our perspectives are represented in all levels of government. So run for office, serve on boards and commissions, actively participate in political discourse, because that is what will shape the future of governance worldwide. We have to start by acknowledging a truth that is actually often overlooked: the importance of women's presence within the political landscape. You don't have to run for office in order to be able to make meaningful impact. We often discuss the historical context or the systemic injustices that have shaped our world, and rightfully so. But what we often fail to delve into are the nuances of why and how these injustices persist. As the title of my book suggests, if you wonder why they call you nigga, shameless plug, we explore the intricate web of power and profit that is woven through policy. Policy is the law of the land, governing every aspect of our lives, from how we enjoy life to how much it costs and who bears the burden. But despite the undeniable impact of policy on our daily existence, there exists a staggering apathy, particularly among marginalized communities. We find ourselves wondering why those that are treated the worst often disengage from the political process, why divisions persist among us when unity could bring about that transformative change. The truth is, the divide serves a purpose. It keeps us fragmented. It prevents us from realizing our collective power. History tells us that unity among the poor poses a threat to the wealthy elite. It's why efforts have been made to co-opt voices and to bestow badges of honor while maintaining the status quo. But here's the reality. Politics isn't boring or intimidating by nature. It's made to seem so to discourage our engagement. The fact that 86% of eligible voters choose not to participate speaks volumes about the effectiveness of this tactic. Imagine the shift that could occur if Black and Brown communities truly believed in our own power. If we recognized our potential to affect change, not just as legislators or policymakers, but as informed voters and active participants in the democratic process. I'm here today not just as a speaker, but as a product of the system. A system that failed my family, that left my uncle incarcerated for 22 years. I was 5 years old when I first encountered the legal system. I would go with my grandmother to courtroom visits. And that experience really ignited a passion within me to seek justice, to change a system that I believe robbed my family of happiness and freedom. My journey into politics wasn't predetermined. It was fueled by a desire for change, a recognition really of the power inherent in civic engagement. And as I pursued my path, I realized the immense impact that politics has on shaping our world, on determining who thrives and who struggles. But I also want to be clear, you don't have to follow the same path that I did. You don't have to become a legislator or a policymaker, but you can, again, be an informed voter, a passionate advocate, or a voice for change in your community. Because here's the thing, being civically engaged, that's our pathway to a better future. It's how we dismantle the barriers that hold us back. It's how we reclaim our power and demand accountability from those in positions of authority. So let's not, succumb to the narrative of apathy and disillusionment. We have to stop underestimating the power of our influence in political leadership. We have to reclaim our voices and our power. We have to reclaim our future. We can shape tomorrow together. I know it sounds corny, but that literally is the truth. With women at the forefront of politics and leadership, driving meaningful impact, lasting change can happen for generations to come, but we have to show up. And in order to do that, we have to come together, empower one another, and pave the way for a future where women voices are heard, valued, and respected in the halls of power. And that is my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alicia. Oh, I've been writing a lot of things down. Be the voice for change. A way to reclaim our power. If you have any questions, please. We have a little time. Any question?
I actually have a question. Ooh, let me hop on right now. I have a question. I think as you were speaking, it was really powerful. I'm sorry, I'm hearing some noise. I don't know, want to mute our backgrounds. You mentioned how most people think of politics from an elected point, whether they're running for office, and I love how you it doesn't end there, it doesn't start there. You talked about how women can be active participants. I am interested to know, how can women amplify their impact within politics? Again, I look at everything probably in life as a spectrum. And so from the highest level, okay, I want to be a president or, work with the UN. But what can an entry level person, I think about, how do we empower a 7-year-old girl to say, you know what, I want to be active in politics? What could people do either at a very young age or early career to amplify their impact?
That's a really great question. And thank you for asking, because I think often people are just like, oh, politics is intimidating. I'm not running for office, so let me not really tap in and see what's going on here. But it really just starts with caring and being informed. You can make an immense amount of impact simply by caring and educating yourself. And the reason why I say that is, if you care and you are educated about that issue that you care about, I don't have to direct your next steps. You will do something. You're going to find a pathway that you can really walk into to add a solution to whatever problem you're being presented with. So that may be voting. That may be going to your school board and speaking to the superintendent about the amount of water fountains at your school, or the conditions of the school. If you name a problem, there is a political or there is a policy source to that problem that you can actually lean into and drive that change. There are grassroots opportunities and campaigns for nearly every issue. And we also have to understand, every year in our legislature, policies, hundreds of them, are being thrown at us. Some are being accepted and rejected, but on every day of the year, there is a group that is either advocating for or against something that affects you. And the moment that we realize that, we kind of just open our eyes up and just pay attention a little bit more. It really starts with caring about more than just ourselves.
That is wonderful. Awesome. Do you see that question, Annie? You want to take that question?
Yes. So yeah, we have a question from Alima. It says, how do we get more women to be involved in politics, even as little as voting, especially in certain part of West Africa, where culture and women rights are still being navigated?
Ooh, beautiful question. That's a really important question as well. And it starts with allyship, unity, and collaboration. You don't, that is the foundation. I did this program called, that's the acronym is LAWPI, and it's Los Angeles African American Women's Public Policy Institute. And you're together for a certain amount of months and you meet together every Saturday. And the space is just so beautiful because it's filled, most of the people in the class don't necessarily want to be an elected official. They just want to be involved. And starting with a foundation of other individuals that you can lean on and empower and just network with, that is how it starts. So in a place where democracy might not be as affluent as it is in America, it starts by you guys uniting and collaborating and talking and deciding what it is that you care about, and just knowing that you guys have each other's back. And when people see that and see that you guys are united, you're helping each other and you're moving in that unified direction, then that is naturally going to just that energy is going to bring more and more people just to be around and to be foot soldiers in that cause. So it starts by creating spaces for you guys to meet and organize and discuss your issues, and then decide from there how you're going to move forward. But the thing is, before you move forward, there needs to be a solid understanding and feeling amongst everyone in the room that we have each other's back. We're empowering each other. We're pumping each other up like, yeah, I got you. And that is how you give other people the strength to be able to step out there, because they're not just doing it alone, they're doing it as a collective.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We appreciate you. So we're going to go straight to our next guest. Thank you, Alicia. Yes, our next guest is Brandy Jackson, and she will be speaking on the subject personal development and personal alignment. Brandy Jackson is a mother of four, a dedicated wife, and an educator with over a decade of experience. As an instructional leader and classroom giant and life architect, she has years of experience in successfully molding and reshaping thought processes, intrinsic motivations, and helping others find their purpose through their passion, along with monetizing those gifts. Being a powerhouse of enthusiasm, coupled with practicality, Brandy excels in teaching the tools and strategies needed to become comfortable with the uncomfortable. This is a skill that she continues to master through her own experience. Welcome, Brandy Jackson.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome, awesome. So I want to just thank you guys and Nancy and the entire network of powerful women that I've been having the opportunity to hear thus far for welcoming me to this platform in order to engage some of our followers and also helping people to better align themselves with their purpose and their passion. So again, my name is Brandy Jackson, and I am a personal development and mindset coach out of Atlanta, Georgia, USA. And this morning, again, it's Saturday, and most African Americans, if you grew up in America, we get up, we clean because it's Saturday, right? So I had my speech and everything prepared for you guys. One of my more favorite speeches with my audiences when I go out. And as I was cleaning, I picked up a candle because I had finished cleaning my bathroom, right? One of my favorite candles. And I got the lighter and I decided, hey, I'm going to light this because that is the universal sign for this particular room is done, right? And so I started just lighting this, and my lighter would not work. Why wouldn't this lighter work? I haven't had this lighter but for about a week or so. And so I tapped on it and I did all the things. And then once I tapped on it, it didn't work. Guess what I had to do? I had to decide, do I want to try to figure out how to fix this lighter, or do I want to try to pivot and get something else? I essentially had to go and find another lighter to work with. Now, guys, life is the same way. There are so many times that we are just, for lack of a better word, hell-bent on this goal, hell-bent on a relationship, and all these things that we see ourselves doing and see ourselves going towards because it had worked so well before. But what do we do when it stops working? Okay, what do we do? Do we now assess the situation and try to figure out how can I get this lighter, aka this relationship, this job, this entrepreneurship, this goal? Do I try to see how I can get this thing to fix itself, or do I try to see if I have the tools to fix it for me, or do I take an assessment and look at it and say, you know what? I need to pivot. I need to change my trajectory. I need to change the direction because this is going to save me the most time. It is going to lead to the least amount of frustration, and it's going to give me an abundance of ease. And so with my women that I work with on this alignment journey, I have one of my core frameworks is the DOPE framework, right? DOPE. And so we're going to break that down today so that we can see just in a small session on how we can find some more alignment and lead a life that's better of ease. And as I always tell my clients and people that I work with, it is not that we're going to live a life of ease completely. However, we can decrease our frustration, which gives us a better opportunity to have some easiness. Okay. So first, let's go ahead and touch on D. All right, the dope part of it. This is your discovery phase. And so in the discovery phase, we're looking at the self-assessment, the awareness. What are our skills? What are our passions? What are the things that lead us not to have frustration, but to have fulfillment instead? And you'll see I use a lot of alliteration, but that's the teacher in me, okay? And so how do we now go and discover the things that we know that we're bomb at, that we're better at than anyone else, that gives us happiness? It sparks our joy. We go and we find those things. Again, that is the discovery piece. And now we move on to the optimization. How do we optimize our communication? And guys, this is also broken down into a framework as well, because what communication is, it is not only about what it is that I say, it's what I say and what others hear me say. Okay, I'm going to say that again. It is not only what I'm saying with my mouth that I'm communicating well, but it's how is another person perceiving that thing. All right. And so when I go to these communication, this optimizing my communication phase, I'm identifying the triggers. I'm identifying the gaps. What are the things that are not aligning with me currently, whether that's professional, whether that's in your personal life? All right. And I talk a lot in this particular phase of it, this optimizing communication. I speak a lot on the life work harmony. Now, I know you guys hear people say often, oh, you got to have work-life balance. All right. And if I'm freezing, Nancy, let me know. So, okay, there we go. You always hear that phrase, work-life balance, work-life balance. Well, have you ever thought that that is conditioning us, that we're putting the verbiage of work inside that sentence as a primary source? We're putting it first. So it has conditioned us to put work first in our everyday being. Oftentimes when we rephrase and reframe our thoughts, it rephrases our speech and reframes our speech. And then we have now rephrased and reframed our actions. It flows just like that. And so again, in that optimizing of the communication piece, now I'm looking at my life work harmony, because again, work-life balance gives us the ideation that things are going to be 50-50. There are going to be times where your family is going to need you more than 50% of the time. The dream and the goals that you're trying to get to, they're going to need you more than 50%. That's why there is no balance. That is a myth. All right. And so then we move on to the prioritization phase. We're on the P. And with this prioritization, now we're looking at where I can compartmentalize the important factors in my life. Where can I create some rituals and routines that are going to give me a better sense of ease, getting rid of some of that frustration that we have? Now, if people follow me at Just Brandy Jackson, they'll see there are some things that I teach every single week on how to align our life with seemingly simple, small tasks. Because so often those seemingly simple, small tasks are what is leading to the frustration. It's what's leading to the discontent. Because it seems like we do not have enough time in our day. And as working women with families, and most of us are very powerful women on here, whether we have children or a spouse or if it's caretakers, We still have families that we're responsible for. And it seems like we're always going and going and going. And truth be told, we are. So how do I now align some of those things? Because I cannot take those off of my plate. These are things that I have to do. But what skills and strategies and routines and rituals can I put into place to help this to be easier? So I'll share one thing that I do for my family every single week. On Sunday is my break it down day. Okay. We relax a lot, but we break everything down. That is the day that I know that I have to get the uniforms ironed. I no longer iron them. The children have been trained on how to iron those. I make sure they're ironed well. I get out my list for the week that I know that I need to cook. Monday through Friday, I write down. And guys, again, this is something very, very simple. And it takes about 5 to 10 minutes of your time, but it alleviates so much stress. I go ahead and I prep. What breakfast are they going to eat in the morning? And so I know that Monday is coming. Therefore, what shoes are they going to wear? I get very molecular and cellular with the decisions that have to be made for the next day. Because again, this is prioritization. I am prioritizing myself in the sense that I'm not going to be frustrated on a Monday morning, on a Tuesday morning, on a Wednesday afternoon, because I have put these rituals and routines into place to, again, not get rid of all frustration, but decrease the opportunity for frustration, right? And so then what are some things that you can give away? As working women with families, we often want to take on the responsibilities of everybody else's stuff, and we do not have to do that. What are some tasks that you can give away? Another tip. I seemingly gave away laundry, all right? And there's a service that'll come and pick up your laundry. Well, Brandy, I can't afford to do that. Well, guess what? Can we now stop doing the entire family's laundry? Can we train our children? Can we show our husbands, if that's something that they cannot do? Can we show our partners, our spouses? Can we show them how they can do laundry? And then can we accept the help? That's the biggest piece. Are we going to allow these external helpers, because that's what they are an extension of us, are we going to allow them the opportunity to help? Because you've learned how to ask, but now are you going to allow the help? Are you going to accept the help? Again, all that goes on the P, the prioritization, because you're prioritizing who? Yourself. All right. So go to step 4. Step 4 is all about our execution phase. How do we now take all the things that we said that we're going to do, the discovery piece, self-awareness, self-alignment, figuring out what leads to frustration and what leads to fulfillment. Then I go over to optimizing my communication. Now can I get to the prioritization piece? You have all of those steps. The most difficult one, and the one that we usually drop the ball because of some unknown reason, is the E, the execution. Guys, this is the most important phase for us when it comes to truly aligning the things that we want, truly figuring out what our motivators are, and creating a sense of self and creating a space for us, just simply for us, okay? So now that we've identified those goals and it's time to execute it, give yourself a timeline. Your timeline goes into the execution phase. So often people tell us, start with your goals, start with your goals. You will notice that I didn't mention goals at all. Okay, I didn't mention that yet. For me and my framework, the goals come in the E. Because before I can set a goal, I have to know exactly what my interests are. It is a mindset shift. It is a mindset journey. So it is a juxtaposition from what you're used to. All right. So there are two sides to this coin. We're getting our mind and our body and our spirit and our soul ready and prepared for the goal. And so once we get to the execution piece, that is our time to start setting those goals and those ideas that we had from D, O, and P. Okay. And so then we start trying to formulate our next steps. And so I'm going to wrap you guys up with this. Just as this morning I was unable to light that candle because I was done and this room was finished, I had to go and do some action work. It's the same thing with ourselves when we're coming into a new space of alignment, a new space of speaking to our purpose, a new space of recognizing our passions, those things that lead to that fulfillment and decrease that frustration. It is new. It is uncomfortable. But in order for us to grow, we have to move. Growth and movement is uncomfortable when we are not ready for the season. So therefore, you have to take the season, take the opportunity, and stop with the shoulda, coulda, wouldas. You have to leave those behind you and take the action. Take the action and know that it can be done. Know that you do have power. Know that you can live a better life of ease and decrease a lot of the frustration that honestly we create for ourselves. All right? Ask for the help and accept the help. And that is my time.
Thank you, Brandy. Thank you, Brandy. Thank you for giving us a new meaning to the word dope. Do we have any questions for Miss Brandy? We're waiting. Okay. Okay. I think we're going to move to the next guest. Thank you so much, Brandy Jackson. Thank you very much. Bye. Okay, so let's go straight to our next guest. We have Dr. Asanya Berg, and she will speak on the subject of wellness and wellness, baggage to blessings. Dr. Asanya L. Pace-Berg is a passionate advocate for mental and emotional wellness in leadership and background in clinical operations and training and development. Dr. Asanya combines extensive expertise with a genuine commitment to fostering well-being in marketplace and ministry environment. Drawing from both personal experiences and professional insights, she offers practical strategies for cultivating resilience, managing stress, and promoting a positive mind, body, and spirit. Among many accomplishments, she is also a mentor and author, an exceptional strategist and manager, and her charming personality and humble spirit accompany everything she does, along with her no nonsense approach to ministry and leadership. Welcome, Dr. Asanya. Welcome, welcome.
Welcome. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
No, ma'am. I see your voice move. I see your lips, but I don't hear you. Everything on my end is on.
Okay.
Well, we can hear you. Can you hear me? No, but we can hear you. So you can keep going.
I can talk. You can hear
Yeah.
me.
Yes, we can
I
hear
can't
you.
hear you.
All right.
Yeah, we
We'll
can.
keep going.
Okay.
We just keep on rolling.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Greetings. Shalom. My name is Dr. Sonia Burke, and I am just so excited to be here with you. Today, we're going to be talking about wholeness and transformation. And we're going to be exploring some of the acronyms that go along with it. So I'm truly, truly excited to be here. And I definitely give honor to Nancy for just even allowing me on the platform. So I am going to be talking about today wholeness within. And we're going to be just dealing with some scriptures and things of that nature as we move on to wholeness today. We're going to be talking about understanding the importance of self-care and how we can apply some practical strategies into the thoughts and the questions as we progress. We're going to talk about what is self-care. We're going to be talking about what is self-care, and we're going to be using the foundational scripture of Psalms. And what we are talking about is how self-care is very intentional. It's something that is not just going to happen just by us saying it. It's not going to happen by wishing on it. It's actually practical application and using our mind, our body, and our soul, as scripture says. Self-care means that we're not selfish, and that our overall health is really taking the application and applying some of those things that you definitely want. My name is Dr. Ansonia Burke, and I was 100 pounds overweight. I am now at a goal of 105, and I have 35 more to go. And so I'm going to talk about some of the strategies of cultivating wholeness. We're going to be using Philippians 4 and 6 and 7. About that. I don't have time. I'm going to have the scriptures on here, but I'd like you to actually go and read them as we are progressing. But basically transforming your mind into something else. So it says, be anxious for nothing, but in everything by prayer and supplication with thanksgiving, let your requests be made known to God, and the peace of God, I love that, which surpasses all understanding, will guard your hearts and minds through Christ Jesus. Now, you know, God desires for us to experience peace and wholeness in every aspect of our lives. I'm going to be explaining the acronym of wholeness, and wholeness is a wellness practice. It's health and boundaries, openness to growth, loving self-compassion, and then engaging in a supportive community. Now, one of the other things that you all have heard is your tribe, so you can translate that into that as well. So what is whole? So wellness practice is actually incorporating activities that nourish your body, your mind, and your spirit as a daily routine. And one of those things that I do to be able to do that is I do daily affirmations. Now, one of my affirmations is I'm healthy, I'm physically fit, I'm spiritually, mentally, emotionally, financially, relationally, and intellectually equipped. And I quote that every single day, and I practice those things. Every morning I get up and I go work out at 4:30 in the morning or 5, depending on which class that I go to. And I drink all of the water that I need to. It's half of my body weight. Yes, half of my body weight. So initially when I was over 300 pounds, I was drinking probably 160 to 170 gallons of water every single day in order to be able to be healthy and whole, which was part of my self-care regimen as we're talking about today. Healthy boundaries. I'm sure you all have heard that. Healthy boundaries, we have to select clear boundaries to protect your well-being and honor your values. Can you go back one slide, please? Also, we're going to be the openness, which is the O, is openness to growth, and remain open to new experiences, challenges, and opportunities for your personal growth. Now, initially, when I was dealing with the overweight, which I think I'm going to always deal with that. So it's just definitely putting things into practice to make sure that I don't go back to my old self, but renewing your mind, as we talked about every single morning. I'm always reading on the updates of things that are happening within our bodies, on health, within our minds. And also, you know, discussing those type things with my doctors to make sure that I'm in line with the protocols that they have for my life. And then, of course, just continuing to read the Word of God and applying those things, because God definitely wants us to be healthy. I'll give you a nugget, is that for our next generation, the Lord has spoken into my life that for this next season, He wants healthy leaders, because the people that we're going to attract are people that really need us to pour into them to be able to get into all of those things that we've already heard, like finances, and really applying those things that we need to do and the applications that we need to apply to be able to be millionaires and to be able to get into the lifestyles that we want, to be able to lose the weight, to come on after divorce. So we want to make sure that we're whole so that we can minister to those people as well. The other thing is L is loving and self-compassion and practicing those things and treating yourself with kindness. And that the kind of kindness that you would definitely offer others. You want to surround yourself with loving, supporting individuals from your tribe, and that will uplift and encourage you. We definitely don't want people in our circle that don't know how to support us and be there for us. And then the last one is, of course, like I said, engaging. So what we want to do is make sure that the people that we surround ourselves with, which we've already heard today, is that if you want to be a billionaire, you need to hang around with those billionaires. You definitely don't want to be the smartest one in the group. And that's what happened with me, is that I finally said enough is enough. And I started surrounding myself with people that talked about health, that held me accountable to make sure that I was exercising every day, that I was drinking my water every day, and doing the things that God has called me to do. Next slide, please. The next thing is making sure that you are affirming yourself and others. And as you could see, I've already shared the affirmation and declaration that I use every day. And I use those that I apply the word of God. So I find a scripture and then I apply it to any of those things that you see up there. And that's how I apply and do the things that God has called me to do. Next slide, please. This is an announcement. I am out here trusting God. I'm 105 pounds down, and I am so excited. I still have 30 to 35 more pounds to go, but I know that if I continue to do the things and the application that God has called me to do, and that's by releasing the baggage. And you heard it's baggage to blessings. And so I had a lot of baggage on. Ended up in therapy, which is amazing. I think any and every leader in this season, if you are called to lead the people, you need to be in therapy. Therapy is a beautiful thing. I will never give it up. I will always do it at least once a month. It's just a safe place for me to be able to be there and do the things that I'm supposed to be doing. And yes, Dr. Walker, releasing that baggage, because that is definitely what I did, which was therapy and exercise and being with my community are the three things that helped me to release the weight. Next slide. The next slide talks about where I was and where I am now. That dress, I always wanted to wear a beautiful ballroom dress to be able to just, come out of all of this is my blessings type thing that I'm doing. And I just encourage you to continue on whatever journey it is. Mine was weight. And so being able to be in therapy and releasing was what helped me. Yours could be finances. Yours could be anything, but whatever it is, I just challenge you to apply the word of God, apply everything every single day, and do the work. It is work. Trust me, going to therapy is not easy. I could say it like it was yesterday, but I'm telling you, it was work. I had to really dig down deep into those things that you probably don't want to deal with and really become, I always wanted to be a whole woman, and I feel like I am there. Next slide. That is what I birthed. I was able to birth Circle of Grace Wellness Coaching with me and my co-founder, Gina, and it is an amazing thing. We are a fitness group that deals with high, I say type A women because I'm a type A woman, but we definitely cater to that type of woman that just doesn't have the time to really think about weight, to put this kind of thing into their schedule. I am here for you, and I would love to be able to connect with you. But that is what I say, from baggage to blessings. If I had never released the baggage, I would have never gotten into Circle of Grace Wellness Coaching. And then I also do coaching and counseling on the side. I am a certified chaplain, so I do coaching, and you can also get connect with me on www.cogcoaching.net. I am out there on Facebook, Dr. Ansonia Burke. And then I'm also out there on Instagram with Iconic Leader. So I'd love to connect with anyone that is interested in this type of work, but definitely those that are looking to become whole and healthy in every single area in their bodies and in their minds. I am your woman. The next slide talks about where you can reach me. And where I'm at, and I would love, love, love to connect with you. Thank you all for being here, and thank you all for those lovely comments. I am here for questions. What you got?
Okay, we're waiting for the questions.
Let's see. Thank you.
Thank you. Mindset change.
So I see one of the questions was, when setting those goals, how do you make sure that you see them through? And basically, I look at them every day. I journal a lot. And so really writing down what it is that you put, writing those down in my journal and really praying. I literally pray over them, find scriptures that attach to those goals, and then I affirm with affirmations and declarations on those every day. I do everything in threes. So there's always 3 goals in front of me that I do apply those types of things to. So I would suggest that you find 3 goals that you want to do, put some application to it, put some scripture to it, affirm yourself each and every day, and make sure that you have a community or a tribe that keeps you accountable.
Thank you, Dr. Sonia.
What are some tactics to use to make sure we stick to our strategies? That as well. Make sure that you have that you're around the right community. I have a group here in in Texas that's called Camp Gladiator. I'm not promoting them at all, but that is what I use, and I've been with them over 3 years, and every single day, 4 to 5 days a week, I go out and I work out every morning at 4:30 or 5 o'clock with them, and then sometimes on Saturday. So I just finished one of my goals with my community. So I wanted to do a half marathon, so I couldn't run it, but I walked it. And I finished that in December, but I grabbed a couple of my now tribe friends now and said, I need an accountability partner to help me to complete these 13.1 goals. We worked out from last June until the end of November. The first week of December, we walked the marathon and we did it, 13.1 miles.
Thank you. Thank you. So we set goals and then accomplish it. Thank you, Dr. Sonia. We're going to go to the next guest. Thank you.
Amen.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you. And I'm so sorry. I booted you off, Deanna, but thank you. I know this is your time has come to an end with us. So thank you for being here. Thank you for hosting. I appreciate you. The speakers have been absolutely phenomenal. Amanda, have a wonderful day, and I hope to catch you in the comments. Our last couple of speakers wrap up for the day. I do want to bring on, as promised, give space for one of the Changemaker awardees. I do have with me here Ruth Ozioma Chidi Bere, and I'm going to have her say it because she's going to say it way better than I said it. I'm going to bring her to stage. I've already talked about her and shared about her organization. Hi, Ruth. How are you? Please tell me your sound is working. Now we can't hear you. This is like, what is happening here? You were looking so beautiful in the back, and then I was excited to bring you on. If you can try to situate your sound, you may have to go out, come back in. I don't know if you have something plugged up, headphones or something, but I'll give you an opportunity to situate yourself, and I'll bring you back on stage. Give me a thumbs up when you're ready, and I'll bring you back. Just want to have a few housekeeping updates. Okay, we've had some amazing fabulous speakers. If you want to further connect with them, one, I will say, be sure to register. I will be sending out a virtual swag bag. And if there are any free resources that these speakers do have, I will be connecting them directly to you. If you want to get a list of who these women are and learn more about them and their bios and how they think about change, and just learn more about them so you can stay connected, register. There are going to be some amazing freebies also if you register. If you want to stay connected to the network, I employ you to register. Registering is how you stay connected with us. Next week, tomorrow, we'll be launching our brand new redone website. It is beautiful. It's absolutely gorgeous. We'll release the website, and from there, you can immediately begin connecting with our network from events that we're having coming up this year, virtual networking sessions, joining our LeadHERship collective. Strategic Solutions Global has so much to offer you if you are serious about taking your impact on a global scale. And I want to remind you, you're hearing all of this empowering and wisdom being shared. But if you are serious about taking your impact to the next level, you have to take care of your entire being. So today, you've been listening to all of these different speakers, and it might seem like we're just all over the place with the different topics. Like, what in the world are they talking about? We're talking about leading change, because you cannot lead change at the highest level if you don't care for your entire being. And I will say that as somebody who's passionate about changing the world. When I started prioritizing my overall well-being, not just my mental health or my physical health, my overall well-being, I started seeing major results in my life. And so I would be doing you a disservice if you joined the network of these amazing, powerful women. You joined Strategic Solutions Global saying you want to be a high impact leader, but we didn't give you the tools to actually sustain that impact. It's one thing to do something, it's another thing to be sustainable while you're doing it. My overall goal is to be here at least till 96. That's what I say all the time. Anything over 96, I'm like, okay, cool, I'll take it. But at least give me 96. But in order to do that, I need to make sure I'm taking care of myself at the highest level, from my mental, my spiritual, my emotional, my physical, I mean, the whole nine, to making sure that I'm developing myself professionally and personally, that I'm learning about how to have a better career, that I'm learning about business development, that I'm learning about leadership development. I have to do the boring stuff. In order to be great, you got to do the things that you don't want to do. And that's a part of leadership. It's not pretty all the time. Sometimes it looks glamorous, but it's you got to roll up some sleeves, and it's dirty work. So just wanted to name that. Stay connected to the network. What is our tagline? It is connect, collaborate, catalyze change. You start with connection. There's power in connection. This conference here is a demonstration of connection. I am going to bring Ruth back to the stage. Hopefully her sound is up and active. Fingers crossed.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Wonderful. Thank you so much. How are you?
I'm very well. Thank you so much.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, I wanted to take this time. First of all, let me back up. I wanted to take this time to, one, go ahead and introduce yourself to everyone who's watching. I had the privilege of hyping you up, but you're here in real time. Can you tell them a little bit about who you are and what is extraordinary female, and what do you do?
Okay. Hello, everybody. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. I feel so excited. Really, I have to say that. I feel so excited to, be connected with Madam Nancy Aragbaye. Well, my name is Miss Ruth Ozioma Chidebere, and I'm a fashion designer. I'm a stylist, and I am the founder of Extraordinary Females. So Extraordinary Female is a female empowerment organization that is dedicated to hardworking females. We try to create platforms for underground creative females to showcase themselves, and for the society and for the world at large to hear them. And we run charity walks whereby we go to the rural areas to give sanitary pads to the underground females that are suffering from menstrual period poverty. And yeah, we also have
beauty pageant, which is that Face of Extraordinary Female. That's like an annual event that is organized by Extraordinary Female. So it's basically a female empowerment organization created for hardworking females. We create platforms for every female to showcase themselves. Yeah, that's what we are.
Wonderful, wonderful. And how long have you been in this work?
I started Extraordinary Female by the grace of God, January 2018.
Say that one more time. I didn't catch that.
Extraordinary Female as an organization started in January 2018.
2018. And what propelled you to do this work?
Oh, anyways, as a female that grew up from the rural area, with no or no platform to showcase what I have inside of me, I found a way to create that platform for myself. And I realized that there are so many other females that have the same potentials as I do. So I try to, create that platform for them and to connect with them so together we can grow and be better. Because I believe that every female created has a lot to offer inside of them, and not all of them have the opportunity to showcase themselves. So that's what I stand for. If I was able to get to this level, I believe I can help every other person in this category to also, grow and be heard and be seen in the world.
That is wonderful. That is amazing. It's empowering. It's inspiring. I love to showcase the realness behind the work that looks good. I'm curious to know what challenges you have faced. Just being the CEO of Extraordinary Females, the challenges you face, just trying to empower people and really create this movement that you're building. What have been some challenges that you face?
Oh yeah, it's difficult to find brands that would want to partner, would want to work with the up and coming like myself. That's like a major challenge because you have to, talk them, you have to convince them. They keep, asking to validate your work. You have to be able to convince them enough for them to partner with you. We keep saying collaboration over competition, but in the real sense it's not really how it is. It's not what is out there. So it takes a lot for people to see you as an up and coming brand and want to collaborate with you. And apart from that, the finance to be able to get these funds. For instance, few days ago, the lady who won Miss Tourism Face of Extraordinary Female last year, her pet project was going into Ibadan, into a very rural area in Ibadan, to give sanitary pads to so many females that are suffering from menstrual poverty. And getting these funds to gather these materials and then the logistics and all of this to make this a success, it was difficult because it took us reaching to people individually and getting them to support financially was really tough. So most of the times we have to, contribute from our personal pockets to, execute project like this. So finance is really a challenge, and getting people to see you, especially when you're not there yet, when you're not a known brand, like the known brand, like the known name, it's difficult for you to get brands to want to collaborate. But still, we keep striving. Their challenges are, they are inevitable. So we know that these challenges will come, and still we are ready to overcome them and to walk in and overcome them. Yeah. So yeah, we are aware of the challenges and we are ready to overcome them. Thank you.
Yeah, and I resonate with your challenges. I think that women of color, particularly Black women all across the globe, can resonate with the financial challenges when trying to push their cause, their business forward. We are the fastest growing population of entrepreneurs, yet we're the least funded. That is a known fact. And so, I understand your sentiment. I think that's why more than ever now, the collaborations are important. The finding people who share synergy, finding people who share values, and finding the authentic connections for real support, because it's like you mentioned, the visibility piece. Oftentimes our work is not showcased. I just remember when I started Strategic Solutions Global, it's like I was tired. I was like, there are so many superheroes, so many Black women who are doing amazing things, literally all across the globe, like on all the continents of the world. Why isn't anyone sharing their stories? And so I think it takes us making ourselves very visible. I can't wait for tomorrow's session. We have someone who's going to be talking about the power of media. And so we have to be bold enough to first do the work, but put out the work as if we're big already, not hiding it. There is power in media. If no one wants to pick up your own stuff, there are ways and there are strategies that you can start to put your work out to make people pay attention. These are things that I teach in our Global Leaders program. It's very strategic. And I'm happy, Ruth, that you are a change maker, because you are going to have access to some trainings to help you take your work to the next level. There are ways to do it strategically, even though we have challenges. And I want everyone here to hear today, being a change maker is hard. It's even harder as a Black woman. And I'm not afraid to say that. Like, it's okay to name that struggle. We live in this, like, we have this intersectionality, like, of challenges that exist for women. So you have, our stories are in every woman, which is why I believe that we should share our stories more, because so many people can resonate, so many women can resonate with what we're going through, because our story is in every other woman. But I do believe we have it the hardest. And it's going to require us working together. Like, I'm going to name that now with all of the eyes that are watching. It's going to take genuine support. Whenever I can purchase something from someone, a Black woman specifically, and has an event, I do that. Whenever I can collaborate and it makes sense. And now I'm not saying just collaborate with anyone and anyhow, because it has to make sense, but do it. Support, give feedback, be in community, authentic community, because we actually literally cannot afford to not. There's not enough, we don't have enough funds that are being willing to be thrown at us for us to be able to not work together. We literally cannot, our businesses can't afford it, our line of work cannot afford it, and our families cannot afford it. So I just highly encourage just everyone on this platform, stay connected. Come back tomorrow, get the unveil of the new website, register so we can send you the link and you can literally plug in. We have a private LinkedIn community. We are pushing, when we say we're pushing connection, we're being very strategic about how we connect, how we show up. Like, you got to show up. And one thing I love about you, Ruth, you show up. And you show up well. And we talked about this when so Ruth, and I don't know if you want to share, Ruth, how you there was how I met you. Let's actually go back. Let's take it back a little bit. Give them a little story. We have a little bit of time before we transition. Why don't you share how we met, and then I'll go into my story of why it's important to show up a certain type of way.
Okay, so I met you online and I opted for the training in 2022. But you started giving us some tips from November, December 2021. I missed out the 2021 sets, but I joined in late 2021, and then we started the training fully, and then you started teaching us on leadership. And I am a leader, and but I knew I needed to be more impacted. I needed to be trained. I needed to learn more. And when I found you, I said to myself, okay, this is a gift from God, because you were very open. You were ready to give your all. Like, I can sit all day and listen to you, and I won't be moved. So you started training us on leadership, and I remember the very first class we held online, when you said, that was in January 2022, when you said, whatever you want to achieve before the end of this year, If you make up your mind, you are definitely going to achieve it. Just write it down. I can still remember it was late in the evening and I wrote mine down, and guess what? I was able to achieve all of it that year. So, you started training us every week. We come on a Monday, 8 p.m., Monday, 8 p.m. And sometimes I'll be stuck in traffic. I'll still join. I'll look for a way to join. And I learned a whole lot from you, a whole lot from you. You inspired me a lot. You made me understand the benefits of consistency. You know, I sometimes I don't even care who is watching. I just knew I need to do it, and then I do it. And then the next minute you're seeing someone saying, "Oh, I saw what you did. Somebody is watching." Then you tell yourself, "Oh, if I hadn't been consistent, I wouldn't have gotten this comment." And that's power, that energy is coming from you, came from you. And then we met the first time in Ondo State for the conference. I can still remember it was great. It was powerful. It was really powerful. One thing I learned from that conference was self care. You said we have to learn how to put ourselves first. In as much as we are doing all of this for the society, we should understand that we come first, and if we are not well taken care of, we can't give back to the society in a qualitative manner. So, it's I can go on and on and on and on. I learned a whole lot from strategy solution. I learned how to be intentional. Yeah, I learned how to be very intentional. I learned how to, position my profile online to be sure who do you want people to see you out. How do you want them, if they visit your profile online, what comes to their mind? The first impression they get matters a lot, and that helped me because I knew I was a leader. I knew I was running Extraordinary Female. I knew I was a fashion designer, but I was just there. I was just there online without being conscious of my online presence. But when I connected with you and with Strategy Solution, I became conscious of my online presence, and it helped me. It created a more opportunity for me to connect with people, for people to want to, connect with my brand, because when they come, they see what I'm talking about. They are not just coming to look for. When they come, they just see it plain. So I became very intentional about my brand. I got to understand that I myself, I am a brand. And that's, thank you so much. I can't thank you enough, for real. Really, I can't thank you enough.
Well, thank you. I don't know who was given the master class. Like I'm like, I don't even remember saying all that. But, we decided to. I said, tell us how we met, and she said, I'm going to give you guys a master class today. that is what she did. But you said a couple of things actually that is having me thinking. It's funny because as soon as you were talking about you are a brand, I started thinking about Norma. That was the first session this morning or this afternoon about being a brand and being consistent. And a lot of times because change is so hard, a lot of people are not consistent. They'll stop, they'll start, they'll stop, they'll start, they'll stop, they'll start, they'll stop. And it's like, how do you expect someone to take you serious? How do you expect someone to invest in you? How do you expect to make impact if we're just starting and stopping? And so I love your consistency and your growth. And one thing you have done was take your brand more serious and think about the positioning. So I say all that to say the reason why I'm bringing the story up is because it's the education. This is a LeadHERship Institute. A lot of people want the results without doing the work. You got to go to school. And I'm not saying go get a degree. When I say go to school, it means you got to go learn. Whatever it is that you need to go learn, get a mentor, be it a part of an institute, join a community, read some books. But if you want to take yourself to the next level, especially on a global level, you have to be strategic about what you're doing. So I highly recommend joining the LeadHERship Collective. It's actually absolutely free. It is application based only. So we are accepting applications. I am serious about developing leaders, emerging senior and executive leaders, and taking their impact to the next level. And when I say next level, it's global impact. When I say I'm tired, I am tired of people, but because this is LeadHERship, I'm tired of women limiting what God has put inside of them. And I'm not going to get spiritual here, but I might for just a second. I'm going to take it there. God has given us the power to literally have dominion. He's created us to literally make significant impact at the highest level. We are we've been gifted that, right? We're his children. Our father is God, right? He's the creator. He's everything. He is the great I am. And so when we don't reach our fullest potential, it's almost like a slap in the face. We fail to fully utilize what we were created for. It breaks my heart when I see women and I know someone has dimmed their light. I know they're not operating in their fullest potential because someone told them, hey, society said X. Something said, or your situation told you Y. Your finances told you Z. And so we allow our situation to limit what we actually are fully capable of. And so in order for us to truly have that dominion, I see your comment, Dr. Janae, thank you for being here today. You have to do the work. You got to go to school, do the work, learn your entire being. I don't isolate because one will be neglected. Spiritual wellness, financial wellness. How are you being a good steward? Because let me tell you something right here today. Again, I told you I wasn't going to preach, but I am just a little bit. Your impact is limited with no resources. Ruth said that. It didn't take me. We are limited without our resources. So you need to be being strategic about how are you positioning yourself so you can get the funding. You need to be positioned for funding. Let me tell you something, especially being a Black woman. I'm not saying it because I'm just want to talk about being a Black woman. There's enough data to show you that Black women aren't getting funding like that. So you need to position yourself. It's already hard. So our fight is significantly harder. We can't afford not to be educated. Do the work, educate, get in spaces, get in groups. You don't have to be in the strategic solution space. I didn't say that. I said get in a space, get in a community, do the work and go to school so you can live a life that's meaningful and impactful at the highest level. This is what I say. Okay, I'm going to ask you a question, Ruth. How many people would you say you impacted this year through your program, realistically? Would you say a couple hundred? Is it like a couple thousand? Is it in the tens of thousands? Is it in teens? What number would you throw out there if you were just to give an estimate?
Let's say over 100.
So she's impacted over 100, which is amazing. Congratulations. I will say this, that impact of 100, it is multiplied. There's a multiplier effect with women who are empowered. They have a multiplier effect of, is it 1 to 33? There's some statistics at the UN. Let me not make it up, but that impact is multiplied. Now, Ruth, if you could impact 100,000, would you? In that same year, if you were able to do that?
Of course I will.
Would you, in the same year, if you were able to impact 10,000s of people, would you?
Yeah.
What if I said you can impact just as millions of people in the same year that it took you to do 100? What would you say?
I will.
You would do it. Okay, yes. I'm going to ask you a final question. If you had the opportunity to impact billions of people's lives on this earth before you left the earth, would you?
Yes, I will. It's to be a blessing.
So I say that to say, why are we limiting our impact? You're global. When you think small, your impact is small. There are over 8 billion people on this planet. Why are you limiting your impact to your jurisdiction? Why are you limiting your impact to your state? Why are you limiting your impact to again, it's whatever you desire, which is okay. I just don't want you to limit yourself. Right? So if you're called to the state, that's fine. If you're called to just your family, that's okay. I just want to make sure that you're not limiting yourself, that you didn't put your limit on your impact. but your calling is your calling. So let's not limit what we're able to do. Let's think big, let's dream big, and let's get in alignment so we can really know what we were called to do. But if you feel like you're someone who, because I feel like I work with women who just know, like, I don't want to convince you that you're global. I want you to know, I want you to have that burning desire to do more on the inside. Show up to Strategic Solutions, and I promise you, you'll go global. Like, it's not a game here. We're not playing around. This is about how do we collectively change the world together. So I'm going to stop preaching. Ruth, do you have any final comments for the audience before I let you go, and then wrap up with some announcements and then prepare for our last speaker, our last couple of speakers?
Hey, thank you for the opportunity. I feel blessed. I felt so excited when you reached out to me, and I felt encouraged. I felt inspired. I felt motivated. I felt like if a brand like Madam Nancy Aragbaye would say, "Oh, Ruth, I've been seeing what you're doing, and I want you to get on board," that means I'm doing great. And I was excited. And so I just want to say to everybody, you can be anything you want to be if you set your mind on it. Last week, while we were celebrating the International Women's Day, I had a safe space. I created a safe space for females to come together, to be inspired, and we invited a counselor who came to speak. And I was just saying, I told them that most of the times when I want to, do a thing, organize an event or a charity work, I currently might not have all it takes, like all of the resources. But the moment I set my mind on it, the moment I make up my mind and I fix a date on it, nature start working towards it. Everything start playing, everything start working towards it. That's the power of the mind. And the mind is unlimited. So it begins from your mind. If you believe that you can do it, then really you can do it. And then I also said, and I'm sharing here, that we should be a companion, because um, a man cannot be a woman no matter what. So you as a woman, you can understand a woman better than a man. So wherever you find a female, wherever you find a woman, try to share love, try to show love, try to be a companion, try to be a comforter, try to be a source of strength, because you never can tell what she is going through. So yeah, so let's spread love, let's show love, let's try to encourage one another, just the way I feel like Madam Nancy is really encouraging me. She's really, really, making me feel happy and giving me the energy to push and be better. Thank you so much.
No problem. Well, thank you so much, Ruth. It was lovely having you here. We are going to continue with our program. Best of luck to you. I'm wishing you all of your heart desires and more impact on this earth. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Bye.
Wonderful. All right. So we had one speaker hiccup, which is okay. We have, I think, two more speakers for the day. Miss Rashida is actually going to speak tomorrow, so she had a conflict in her schedule. Our final two speakers for today, let me just share with you who those are, and we'll just get ready for them. I'll make just a few announcements, and then we'll get started. Can you believe it? Some of you have been here all day, and I appreciate you all for being here for you and your mission, for you and your cause, for you and your movement. So let me just go ahead and give you a couple of house speaking. Give me just one moment. Let me pull up this wonderful schedule. All right, so we have two speakers left for the day. We have Monique Davis, which you really don't want to miss that. She is talking about career development. And I know that there's this theme, and I'm going to push back on the theme. The theme is leave the 9 to 5. And my pushback is you just have the wrong 9 to 5. Like, you have the wrong 9 to 5. And the problem is you're probably not developed for the right 9 to 5. And so Monique is going to be talking about unspeakable joy, how to thrive in your career. And what I will say is if you have the right career, it can position you very well for your business career. Because a lot of times I see entrepreneurs just literally leaping out into spaces, but they didn't go to school. They didn't do the work. They didn't learn. Everything can be a learning opportunity. Where you work can be a learning opportunity. These businesses have been in existence. How are they communicate? Either what to do and what not to do. Every environment can be a learning environment. So if you are a business professional, and let me just say this, the world is not meant for everyone to be an entrepreneur. And I'll tell you why. Entrepreneurship doesn't work. And I'll speak to those specifically across Africa and the diaspora. It's going to require leaders in every single industry in order for this to work. We need women in corporate. We need leaders across Africa and the diaspora in corporate so we can get the corporate sponsorship, so we can get the corporate contracts. We need someone who representation in these spaces advocating for us. So no, I don't want everyone to be an entrepreneur. We need you in corporate. We need policy to reflect entrepreneurship, right? For it to work. Entrepreneurship doesn't work if we don't have the right policies in place to ensure that happens. And so we need leaders across Africa and the diaspora in government. We need leaders across Africa and the diaspora in tech, in education, in entertainment, in all of it, because it works when we all work together. And so I do not discriminate on your industry. What I look for is what change are you leading? You can lead change in an already existing organization. You can advocate for someone when you're a leader, when you're an executive senior leader, you can advocate and bring people to the table. So we have to go to school so we can be ready to do the work. I kept saying I'm not going to preach today, so I'm going to just stick to the schedule. All right. So we have Monique Davis and we have Karen Thompson, who's going to end with business development. And tomorrow we have a whole group ready to go. We have an I Am a Movement panel. I mean, spiritual wellness, media. You really don't want to miss that because you are your own media company. I'm telling you, come back tomorrow and just continue to be filled so you can lead at the highest level. And with that, stay connected. How do you connect? How do you stay connected? Make sure you register so you can stay connected, so you can get the reminders, so you can get your swag bag, so you can get all of the things that come with being a part of this conference. And if you want to take your impact to the next level and really take it there, I highly recommend that you get the Disruptor ticket. It's 90 days of authentic connection. We're going to be putting out challenges to women in the Disruptor app once this conference is over. I mean, I'm talking about speed dating. Like, who would you set your meeting up with this week? Schedule 2 meetings this week with a leader in this conference app, and making sure that you're connecting and building the authentic connections that can take your impact to the next level. I won't spend time talking about how I've made real connections that took me to the next level. I might save that for like a master class or something, because I want to go ahead and move forward with bringing up the next speaker. But like I said, stay connected, get registered, and then send it to a friend so they can get registered, okay? Get the Disruptor app and the Disruptor ticket so you can be in the conference app, and let's get this thing started. Okay, so without further ado, I want to welcome the next speaker who will be talking about career development. I'm really excited for this particular speaker. She is absolutely phenomenal, absolutely amazing. Our next speaker of the I Am Change Global EmpowHERment Conference is Monique Davis. Monique Davis is a fractional VP of Talent Development and Culture across diverse sectors, as well as a Forbes Black Atlanta Advisor Leader and Henry County's CTAE Co-Chair. She's currently serving as the VP of Talent Success and Operations at T86 Marketing, where she specializes in dynamic community management for celebrities, influencers, businesses, and course creators. Her mission is to empower others through strategic development and training initiatives. When I tell you this is who you want to connect with, okay, especially those emerging leaders, the training and development is going to be key. Her session, I'm telling you, you don't want to miss this. You want to stay on for this one. As a matter of fact, send the link to a friend now so they can get all of the amazing gems as well. So without further ado, I want to bring Monique Davis to the stage. Thank you, Monique, for being here today. How are you?
Hello, beautiful. I am happy to be here. Can you hear me and see me well?
I can hear you and I can see you pretty well. I think there's a little light glare. I don't know if you're sitting by a window, but we can see you and we can hear you clearly.
Okay. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for that introduction. I'm excited. I am so excited. I'm excited to be here. I'm grateful to be here. I'm humbled to be here. I think what you're doing, Nancy, is amazing. I told you before, I'll say it again. When you walk in collaboration, when you walk with other women, when you desire to think collab versus compete, you will always win.
Yes.
So there we go. Snaps and all that good stuff. Okay. So thank you so much. I want to get started. I want to make sure I can see everybody now. Okay. I can see people to the right of me. Okay. Very good.
Yes. I'm going to get out your way so you can do your thing.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Nancy.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, no woman left behind. Florence, I already like you, girl. All right, guys, she already gave my introduction. I don't have a lot of time here, so I am not going to go forth with all the accolades and accomplishments and things like that, because that doesn't matter. What matters is how you leave people feeling in the first place. So I want to make sure I focus on how I'm going to leave you today. Is that all right? So somebody tell me in the chat room if that's okay. If that's okay, then I'm excited, okay? I'm excited because I get a chance to share with you a little bit of wisdom that I received simply as a leader and as an individual contributor. And so I want to see who is in the room today. Who is in the room today? What is it that you do? Who are you? Can you put that in the chat? Introduce yourselves to me, because I can't type to you. I can't chat with you. So I have to rely on your communication to me. So go ahead and share that with me. Hey, Karen. Karen from Barbados. Okay. Stella, welcome in, Stella. Abisola, thank you so much. Halima. Okay, good. So thank you guys for joining this session of career development, focusing on something that I think is very important, and it's called unspeakable joy. Unspeakable joy. And I know you're thinking to yourself, what in the world does unspeakable joy have to do with my career development? Well, baby, it has everything to do with it. Okay, it has everything to do with it. I had a plan to give each and every one of you an assessment beforehand, and to show you where you live in the world of work, and how you can leverage your strengths, and how you can even leverage your blind spots to become a leader in your domain. I'm a talent optimization consultant, basically, is what I do. I come in and I observe many startup techs and mid-sized companies and small businesses that need some assistance in performance coaching with their team, need to build their team and to build the team cohesion so that they can be productive and go and pursue the strategies that they need in order to complete certain objectives at the end of the year, right? What I've learned is everything starts in your mind. And I said to myself, why would I even need to go and try to give you guys this assessment and all this other stuff, and you don't even know exactly who you are and what to do with what God placed in the inside of you, right? So if you're a leader, I want you to, I don't know if we can raise our hands on this stage, okay? But if you're a leader, just let me know. Just say, hey, I'm a leader. I'm a leader. I'm a leader. If you're a leader, just say, hey, I'm a leader. And if you aspire to be a leader, I want you to write down the reason why you think you're not, or write down the reason why your title doesn't reflect it yet, okay? Because I believe that whatever you are, you can be a leader. But to be viewed as a leader by others, people have to want to follow you. right? And that takes a certain type of confidence, a certain type of strength, a certain type of trust, and a certain type of joy. Okay, we're getting into it. So where the joy comes from. So I'm going to share with you that my speech has shifted into what I would say is something that is a reminder to you of certain things that you have in the inside of you. There's certain gifts, there's certain promises, there's certain gifts, there's certain talents that each and every one of you have in the inside of you, and you have either hidden them, you've dummied them down, you've forgotten about them, or you simply just ignored them because maybe you didn't believe it, or perhaps you ignored them because of fear. Okay. And we all know what fear is, right? Fear is false evidence appearing real. Okay. That's what fear is. And so I want to make sure, I feel like for some reason, I don't know if this chat is connected or not. If you can hear me, please say something in the chat or something so I can make sure that things are working properly, because it seems a little quiet, and I want to make sure. So maybe the chat is coming from the top, y'all. There we go. I couldn't see anybody. There we go. There we go. Yes. Okay, I can see everybody now. Hey. There we go. Okay, so I got you. Hi, Halima. There we go. Very good. Cheers to God. There we go. Okay. All right. Ayo, me day. Thank you so much. Whew, I was getting nervous. Okay, so I had my chats backwards, but what I was talking about was fear. Okay, so fear is false evidence appearing real, right? Fear is something that literally stops a lot of us from becoming the leaders that we're supposed to be. Each and every one of you, yes, you're supposed to be a leader in something. I don't care what it is, but you're going to be a leader in it. You're supposed to be a leader in it. And there's a story from one of my favorite books, okay? And it's a biblical story. And it's in Judges. It's about a man named Gideon. Anybody know Gideon? In the story of Judges, is it Judges chapter 6, before they even introduce Gideon, they start talking about how the Israelites were doing things opposite to their destiny. They were given this land by God himself, but they began to blend in and to dummy down their anointing. They began to forget that they were the chosen people of the Most High God. They began hiding their gifts and their true identity and picking up false ones and worshiping false gods and succumbing to the things in that atmosphere, in the land that they were given. Now, this is their land, but they're doing the things that other folks doing that they're supposed to be helping out. Imagine coming into a job and the manager comes to you and says, I'm going to make you ruler of the marketing department, which is the marketing manager, the marketing director, the marketing VP. I'm going to make you the ruler of the marketing department. So you get this thing, and then you come in and it's a hot mess. It's toxicity, it's gossip everywhere. People are doing all these crazy things, and you come in supposed to fix something, and you come in and you begin to be toxic. You begin to gossip. You begin to succumb to some of the mess that's in the office. That's what's happened to a lot of you. Can I keep it real? Is it okay if I keep it real? Because now I see you in the chat, so I can keep it real. I know I'm talking to somebody now. Can I tell you that some of you are in a place where you need to overcome fear and embrace your leadership? Can I tell you that some of you are in a place where you have conformed to the things of the corporate world and you forgot about the gifts and talents that you're supposed to bring in there to squash some things, to cancel some things? You forgot about that. And I came here to remind you. Is that okay, Halima? Dr. Janae, is that okay? Thank you. So how many of you have been given access into rooms above your pay grade, I'm talking about corporate elevation, promotions, opportunities that you absolutely, positively weren't qualified for. Can I tell you a story? You see, when I got into corporate America, I had no college degree. I was an ex-stripper. I was an ex-dope boy's girlfriend. I was a lot of ex-somethings, but I was never a corporate anything. And I got into corporate America. And when I walked into the door, I told myself, I don't care what is going on in this place. I am going to walk into my full pieces of excellence. Every bit of excellence that belongs to me, that God gave me, I'm going to walk into it. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I'm just going to walk into it. And I got into this corporate position as a talent acquisition coordinator. I moved quickly to a specialist. I moved quickly to a manager, managing a whole department within talent acquisition. I went from making $18 an hour to making six figures because I came in with the mindset of, regardless of what my past looks like, regardless of what people might label me as, regardless of me not having a college degree, I'm going to walk in these doors and I am going to exude excellence, and I am going to walk in every fullness of God. Whatever God, every talent that God gave me, I'm going to walk in it. And that's what I began to do. So I went from a girl who used to be in the hood, in the streets, to a person who was making six figures. Understand me. Understand me. I'm being real. Can I be real? Is it okay? Is this the right audience? I want to make sure I'm in the right room, because I had to understand some things about what I brought to the table. That's what God is reminding you about today. That's what is being reminded to you today. So here's the thing. Some of you, you're like me. You get those opportunities. You're not somebody who doesn't get the opportunities. Some people don't get opportunities. You get the opportunities. You get the promotions easily. The test is, what do you do when you're inside of the room? What do you do when you're inside of those rooms? That's the question. That's the question. Those opportunities, those friendships, what are you doing with them? How are you stewarding them well? See, in my earlier example of the Israelites, they began to shrink in their new surroundings instead of standing up big. They began to hunch over. They didn't stand up big in their talents and their gifts. They thought, oh goodness, I got to shrink down. So what did God do in this case with the Israelites? He sent a prophet that reminded them of all the things that he had done to elevate them. Oh my goodness gracious. And it came to pass when the Israelites cried out to the Lord because of the enemy that was coming against them, that the Lord sent a prophet. And the prophet said, listen, the God said, I brought you out of Egypt. I brought you out of bondage. I delivered you out of the hands of the Egyptians, out of all of people who oppressed you, all that stuff. And I said to you, I am the Lord, your God. Do not fear the enemy in whose land you dwell. Right? He told them, don't fear. But that's exactly what they did. They dummied themselves down to become more like their surroundings. Anybody else in here? Anybody else in here? I've come all the way. Listen, I'm at another conference. It's so funny because I double booked myself. But I double booked myself. Here's why. Because when Nancy presented this opportunity to me, I said, I'm speaking at another conference right now. This is the conference I'm speaking. I'm speaking at another conference, but I have a little break. And in that break, I'm going to come in and show them what God had put on my heart to share with them. Can I tell you that I've come here? I have come here all the way to wherever you are, to your living room, to your bedroom, to your office room, to your car ride, through these internet streets to tell you that God says no more fear. He needs to remind you that you are not weak. You are not double-minded. You are not incompetent. You're not too much. You're not incapable. You're not any of those things. Every doubt, every obstacle that you see before you is false evidence appearing real. That job, that promotion, it's yours. That next level in your education, it's yours. Understand me when I tell you that you have seen a lot of obstacles. I already know. You're in this room because you're looking for more. You've seen some hardships. You've seen some toxic bosses. You've seen some gossiping coworkers come against you, and you shrunk down, or you became bitter. and you became depressed. Before I left corporate America in 2018, I was working a good job, y'all. I was in a place, let me tell you, I was working a good job. I had flight benefits and everything. I had a good job. I was making great money, had a team. I was doing well. But before I left that place, there was discrimination that came against me. I had worked hard, but I was still discriminated against. I was labeled as too ambitious because I had a LinkedIn following. I mean, it was just the ridiculous things. I was talked about. I was sabotaged. And at first, can I be real? I'm gonna be real. At first, when I came in through the doors of all of this stuff happening to me, and I'm just trying to be a good steward to what I got, I began to resent it. I began to come in with a whole attitude. I began to look at, I began to look and I began to say, wait a minute. No. I'm not talking to her because she connected to that person. I'm not talking to this person. Go out and find a bathroom. I'm not talking to this person. Or go back to daddy. I'm sorry, y'all. I got my kids with me, but I'm gonna tell this person. I'm telling this person, I'm not talking to that person. I'm not doing this to that person. I wouldn't even give certain people eye contact. Do you understand me? I would walk into the office and pretend like nobody was even there but my computer. Do you hear me? I had a whole attitude. I would walk by coworkers like they didn't exist. I would not engage in certain meetings. I had my no game was on swole. Do y'all know what that means? When your no game is on swole in corporate America, it means that when they ask you for something, you say no. Can you join this extra project? No. Can you be a part of this? No. That was me because I felt betrayed. I felt bitter. I was depressed because of all the things that were happening to me. I felt overlooked. I felt underappreciated. But here's what happened. There were 3 actionable things that I began to do to reclaim myself, my identity, my joy in this position. And today, can I tell you that it's time for you to reclaim your joy and your current position? I want you to type, if you're listening to me, I want you to type, I'm reclaiming my joy today. Come on, I want you to type that real quick. Go ahead and type it. Because see, I need you to do some action with what we're about to go, because you need to write it down. You need to say it out loud. If you're driving, don't do it. Just say it out loud. Speak it out loud. I'm reclaiming my joy. Every hardship that you've experienced, every single thing that you take her to the bathroom. Everything that you've experienced, I want you to know without a shadow of a doubt that you are reclaiming your joy today. I got in the presence of God. That's the first thing that I did. Whatever your beliefs, I'm not going to push my belief on nobody. Whatever you do, get in the presence, okay? Get in the presence. Spend some time. Spend some time before your work. Don't listen to the radio. Don't listen to nothing else. Just worship and meditate on him. It helped me to refocus on him and his love for me. So when you know somebody loves you, come on. When you know somebody loves you, it's hard to be mean to other people, isn't it? When you know that there's real love coming towards you. So I didn't have to worry about if somebody else liked me or not, because I remember that I was loved by the Most High God. And I started to begin to receive that. And when I did, I began to say yes to some stuff. What was in my capacity, I said yes to. Okay, I don't know where I'm at with time. Okay, let me keep going. Whoa. Okay, there we go. I'm looking at the time. I got you. So my heart began to change, to shift. Number 2, I got in the word, not just in the presence, because the presence can be worshiping, can be doing whatever, but I got in his word. And the word says in Psalms 119, 162, I rejoice at your word as one who finds great treasure. So I had to take his word in my heart and listen to the principles of how to treat other people. Can I tell you that atheists take principles from the Bible and on how to treat people sometimes? They say that these are some good principles. And so I began to do those things. So number 3 is acknowledge. I'm getting a lot of different distractions, y'all. I apologize. But I began to acknowledge. I began to recognize and begin to write a journal of gratitude for the attributes that I appreciated about the people around me, the attributes I appreciated about my coworkers, the attributes I appreciated about the job itself. I saw that there were superpowers and strength with my acknowledgement. I saw the superpowers and strengths in the people that hurt me, and I forgave them. Okay, and that was what helped me begin to go back into reclaiming my joy. All of those things, I was quickly vindicated by doing all of those things. All those false allegations I talked about earlier, vindicated because I renewed my joy and I forgave some people. So I think that's the time that I have. Am I at my time?
Yes, it was so good. I would keep you longer, but I definitely want to stick to time. Thank
Yes.
you so much for a powerful, inspirational, moving message.
Yes.
I want to open up space for questions, but I do have a question as far as how do you, I would say, sustain yourself? I know you mentioned how it seems like you have just a routine for getting in the present. You have a routine for just kind of getting yourself together. But I think what's hard is I think people don't have I guess, tactful ways to stay consistent, to make sure that whatever they are doing is sustained. So I'm just interested to know if you have some tips that you could share.
On how to sustain the joy, how to sustain it.
Mm-hmm.
So in corporate America, the biggest tip that I can even say is acknowledging that you're human and the person that you're trying to get patience with is human too. Acknowledging that you can't do it by yourself. Can you run that company by yourself? Can you run that department by yourself? No. So it's writing out, acknowledging and recognizing the super strengths that they have, that you have, that you guys have together, and understanding the overall goal. So my overall outcome from my division and my department is to do XYZ, right? And I can only do it with other people. I can't do it by myself. So when I recognize that, and I begin to collaborate with the people around me, it helps me to make things a little bit easier. And the sustainability comes from when you see the fruit from it. If you winning, you're gonna be like, well, wait a minute. Now I don't really like her, but we winning. So I'm gonna keep going because we're winning. And I think that it's just important that you get yourself in a place where you can swallow some humble pie and not think that it's all about you, and walk in that and see the fruit that comes from it. And then I think sometimes the fruit can tell the story a lot better than me telling you different tactics to do.
Thank you so much. And any final questions? I know is it Emilson? He's greeting you from Colombia. Hello. Thank you, or she. Thank you for joining us today. Any final questions before we wrap up? I want to give space. All right. Well, okay. So I will let you get your time back. Thank you, Monique, for just being here today and sharing your wisdom. Again, let's connect with these speakers on their platforms. Register so you can have more information and learn how to stay connected, learn about what they have coming up. Lastly, if you're serious about taking your impact to the next level, be sure to get on that Disruptor app. The app is open for 90 days, so it's not just the 2 days of the conference. You want to connect, start setting up meetings, start setting up Zooms with the women in the space. Thank you so much for being here today, Monique. You have a wonderful evening.
Thank you guys. This was amazing. Nancy, I am so proud of you. Congratulations. Keep rocking it out.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, so we are coming to a close. Can you believe it? I don't know about y'all, and I don't know who's been here all day, but I have been so filled just by being here, by having an opportunity to be in the space, to learn, and to be, what I will say, it's like refilling. It's like getting an opportunity to just refill your cup on a regular basis. So I am just grateful for being in this space and humbled. I say we call it herstory. We are herstory in the making. We are actually making history in real life. This is Women's History Month, and we are coming together making history in real life. So I am grateful for that. So I want to go ahead and jump to our final speaker for the day, not the least, but certainly want to be able to bring this amazing woman to the stage. So we have our final speaker hailing all the way from Barbados this evening. So I'll read you her bio before I bring her on stage. So give me one moment. It just left. When I tell you tech is not with me today, give me one moment, because I like to properly acknowledge people and bring them to the stage. So give me one moment. Let's see here. One. Sorry for taking so long. I just like to make sure that I'm a respecter of people, and I like to make sure that I am doing my due diligence to make sure that we introduce people in the way that they deserve, because I am all about when you show up as who, all of you, right? Not some of you, but all of you. So we are going to make sure that all of her is shared. All right. So I am good to go. All right. So who is Karen? Karen from Barbados. Let's talk about it. She is going to give you a fabulous session today on business development. Karen Williams Thompson, a life and business strategist and coach with over 20 years as a corporate executive. Come on now, I love that. Who held responsibility for multiple Fortune 500 brands and their teams, all grossing in the millions. She helps executives, professionals, entrepreneurs, and women cut through the clutter and get crystal clear on their why. And that, your why is everything. She is the CEO of Beyond Limits Global Consultancy and a creator of the Yes Framework. She equips you with the tools and techniques to get absolutely clear on your vision while creating a strategic plan, allowing you to design the life and business you imagine. Strategy is everything. As you can see, we're called Strategic Solutions for a reason. And Karen seems to have those strategic solutions in the plans that she helps you create. After years of achieving goals for the Fortune 500 brands, her position was made redundant in 2021. Using her superpower of goal setting and planning, she created a roadmap to guide her entrepreneurial journey and to pursue her passion. So becoming a certified coach, trainer, and speaker, she's taken what she's learned, plus her experiences, and created programs that transform not only you, but your business as well. And so without further ado, I want to bring Karen to the stage. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for being willing to give us your wisdom.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Nancy. It really is a pleasure to be here.
No problem. Well, I want to go ahead and make sure that you can get started. And did you have a presentation today?
I did. I had sent it to you.
You do. Yep. We have it here. I'm going to pull it up now and make sure that you can bring it up. And you are joining us from Barbados. You want to share a little bit of Barbados while I pull up the presentation?
Barbados is the most beautiful island here in the Eastern Caribbean. And of course, this is an open invitation for everyone to come and visit us at some point. But Barbados is a small island state. We recently became a republic, so we've severed our ties with being a part of the monarchy. And so we're really embarking on creating our own footprint and establishing and growing ourselves, not just ourselves as a nation, but for everyone who is a Barbadian and who wants to be, do, and have more. So we are all looking to just move in places. And what better way to do that than to have a strategy to do it? So we are small, but we are strong and mighty.
Wonderful. And I just want to let you all know that I'm saying it here today. Karen messages me and she says, this conference is awesome. I see you doing this in Barbados. And I said, well, let me tell you a secret. I said, what God actually showed me is that this conference is a physical conference and that it's going to actually go from city to city all over the world. And I said, so I'm going to make sure that Barbados is one of those cities where we come and we pull up on Karen and we have I Am Change in person. So I'm holding you and myself to that. So when I call you and ask you for support, I know I got my girl in Barbados to help me, right?
You sure do. I am ready. I am ready. I think that will be an amazing conference to have here in Barbados. And so when you are ready, I am ready. We have the
All
resources
right,
to do
wonderful.
it. Yes.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, I don't want to keep the audience waiting any longer. I will let you get to unleashing your potential.
Oh, thank you so much again, Nancy. So good evening, powerful women from all over the world. It's a bit hot here in Barbados this evening. Anyway, it's an absolute honor to stand here before you today as we embark on a journey of empowerment, inspiration, and collective growth. Now, before we dive into our discussion, I want to take you on a brief journey. I want to invite you to immerse yourself in the sights and sounds of my homeland through the short video clip. As you watch, allow yourself to be transported to the vibrant landscapes and the rich culture that shaped my identity. Growing up in Barbados, amidst the breathtaking beauty and resilient script, I'm not seeing the clip there to, oops, no, go back. But I'm not seeing the clip there to show the video. So let me, Nancy, can I pull it up? Can I pull it up from my screen then?
Sure. Yes, you would either share your screen or add source. You probably want to share your screen. And I didn't know you had a video. We probably need, I'm not sure if the audio will play, but you could try.
Okay. So, okay, you're in the So I think I pulled it up. Presentation. Oh, upload. Okay, well, I'm not going to let that take away from the time. It was really a clip just showing you scenes of Barbados, the music, the culture, and a bit of the country, so that you would see what you would be enjoying and what you would be a part of when you arrive here in Barbados. So as I stand here before you, I carry the stories and the lessons learned from the past, fueling my passion to advocate for change and championing the voice of women worldwide. So one of the things that we stand for as we are surrounded by this collective energy with thousands of women who refuse to be confined by society's expectations. So today we are at the I Am Change conference. Today we say no to the doubters. Today we say no to the naysayers and to the inner critic that whispers tales of inadequacies. Today we say yes. We say yes to ourselves. We say yes to our dreams, and we say yes to our boundless potential. I am two words that hold within them the very essence of our being, the spark that ignites the fires of change and transformation. But all too often, what happens is these words get overshadowed by doubt, comparison, and fear. But not anymore. This is why we say yes to ourselves. Today, I stand before you not just as a speaker, but as a catalyst for change, as a beacon of hope and a fierce advocate for the power that resides within each and every one of us. And this is a journey that I want you to join me on, a journey of self discovery, a journey of self love, and unapologetic self expression. So, let me ask you this question. What if we dared to believe that we are capable of being and doing anything we want? What if we silence the voices of doubt and embrace the truth of our own magnificence? What if we said yes to our dreams and our passions and our wildest ambitions? In 2021, when my position in corporate was made redundant, I saw that as an opportunity to pursue my dream in its fullest. And one of the things that I had always wanted to do was to be a coach, because during my corporate journey, persons gravitated to me, and I was always able to meet people where they were and help them to go where they never thought that they could have gone. And becoming a certified coach and speaker and a trainer was something that I had always wanted to do. And I jumped, not knowing where it was going to go, not knowing how I was going to really do it. I stepped off, and later I would meet a mentor, and he would always say, jump and build your wings on the way down. And that's exactly what I did when I jumped into this entrepreneurial journey. I jumped and I built my wings on the way down. And this is what I want to encourage you with. Any dream that comes to you, it is your dream. It is given to you for a reason and a purpose, because you have everything that you need within you to make that dream a reality. And it starts with you saying yes. I stand here today not because I have all of the answers, but because I have dared to ask questions. I have dared to dream the impossible dream and to pursue it with unrelenting determination. And I invite each of you to do the same. Saying yes is giving yourself permission. It is saying that I give myself permission to be, do, and have whatever it is that I want. And this is so powerful. This is as powerful as all of us collectively here today at the I Am conference. When you say yes to yourself, you are giving yourself that nod to say, it's all right. I'm going to do this. I've got this. You're acknowledging that power within you. And when I designed the Yes Factor, it was really out of a need of seeing so many women putting everything and everyone before them. And so, yes, for me meant you escape settling. There's no reason why we as women cannot be, do, and have it all. We absolutely can be and do and have it all. And so, allow me to share the stories with you of two incredible women who were defying the odds and who embraced their own power. So I was working with a coach, and there were so many goals that she had that she wanted to achieve. And before she started working with me, she was attempting to achieve all of them and getting nowhere. She needed accountability, she needed a strategy, she knew where she wanted to go, but was getting tangled in the how. Working together, I was able to help her to map out a plan that worked for her and allowed her to accomplish the goals celebrate occasions, and see her dream become a reality. By designing her strategic plan based on her new vision, she felt confident and was able to build momentum so that all the things that she had, they were able to fall into place seamlessly. Another one of my clients who works at an NGO, she had a dream to become a wellness coach. She wanted to create a sanctuary for women, a place where women could come to heal, to be nurtured, and to grow. But she couldn't see where to start. In fact, she didn't even really believe it was possible. We worked together, and during our time, she got the clarity on what she wanted. She showed up for herself and worked on the limiting beliefs, quieting, quieting the voice of doubt and the naysayers. And we created a step by step plan so that she could transition from her corporate job to having her own business and impacting the lives of women in a very meaningful way. Today, she is a certified wellness coach. She has co published a book, she's an author, and she has started her business and is well on her way to living the dream that she has wanted for herself. These stories are not just tales of triumph, they are the rallying cries for the unstoppable force that is womanhood. They remind us that we are not defined by our past, our circumstances, or our limitations. We are defined by our courage, our resilience, and our unwavering belief in ourselves. And I'll share a quick story with you. In 2022, I sat down and I did my strategic plan for 2023. I had planned and mapped out some audacious goals for myself. I really wanted to stretch and take my business to the next level. And very unexpectedly, my mom died and my entire year shifted. I share that with you to say this: life happens. But when you have a vision and you have a goal, you are able to get back on track. It is about the resilience, it is about the determination. And as women, we can do this. Every day we juggle so many different roles and responsibilities. And yet, sometimes when it comes to ourselves and what we want to build for ourselves, the empires, the legacies, we doubt that we can. We can build it. And so I want to share with you this framework that has transformed the lives of countless women, mine included. And the framework I designed is called the Yes Framework. It's not just a set of principles, it's a philosophy, a way of living and being that empowers you to say yes to yourself, yes to your dreams, and yes to your deepest desires. It's about unleashing your potential, embracing your power, and stepping into the fullness of who you are. So, what exactly is the Yes Framework? Well, simply, yes, your authentic self. It all begins with embracing who you truly are, the messy, imperfect, beautifully flawed individual that you are. When you peel back the layers of societal expectations and the external pressures, you uncover the essence of your being, the spark of divinity that resides within you, your why. And whenever life gets challenges, or things begin to feel as if they are unraveling, I invite you to always revisit your why. Always remind yourself about why you wanted this, why you have this dream, what is it that you want to pursue, why is it so important to you. And once you're able to answer those questions, you're going to find your way back in. So the E stands for empowerment. Next slide. The E stands for empowerment. So once you have embraced your authentic self, it's time to step into your power, to reclaim your voice. It's about recognizing that you have the ability to create the life that you desire, to manifest your dreams, overcoming obstacles, and make your mark in the world. You get here to create the vision that you have been imagining for yourself. The first S is one that's near and dear to my heart, strategic planning. I am known for creating a plan. I will have a plan for a plan. So now we get to talk about that aspect in the Yes framework. This is where we take those dreams and desires and turn them into actionable goals and plans. It's about setting a clear vision for your future and breaking it into manageable steps and creating a roadmap to get you there. Now, when you are planning a trip, you create a plan. You decide on the places that you want to visit. You decide on the people that you want to see. You make a plan of what you want to do. And while this plan may change, and that is fine, what it does is that it helps to give you focus, it helps to give you direction, and it helps to hold you accountable. So that if life does happen, as it does often, you are able to get back on track. So strategic planning helps you to stay focused, organized, and motivating. There's nothing better than when you have set goals and you are celebrating the milestones along the way. That just fuels your momentum and you are just all revved up because you're seeing the progress and the success, and that is fueling you to keep going. So when you have your strategic plan, it helps you to stay focused, it helps you to stay organized and motivated, even in the face of setbacks and challenges. And the final yes, because my yes is spelled slightly differently, my yes has two S's. The final S is about support. And with the Yes framework, we really emphasize the importance of support, of surrounding yourself with a tribe of like minded souls who lift you up, cheer you on, and hold space for your growth. I am here today because persons held space for me, my coaches, and my mentors. And this is the same thing that I provide, where you hold space for persons until they step into that full potential that's going to allow them to transition from corporate to starting their own business, that's going to allow them to pursue the career that they've really wanted or to achieve other goals that they may have had. It may be writing a book, it may be better health and wellness, whatever it is for you, having a support makes a difference. Having someone or someone's who can hold space for you is so important because none of us can do this alone. We need each other. We need each other to inspire, to encourage, and to remind us of our own strength.
Thank you so much, Karen, for this presentation. I love your yes framework. Did you want to just wrap up anything final before, or is this a good stopping point?
Yeah, no, so I really wanted to ask everyone a question. So my question for you is, can you do and have anything that you want? Who is ready to really do and have anything you want? This is the I Am conference. And so I want you all to be thinking that you are more than what you would have said at the beginning of the talk. I want you to really embrace that you are able to, you do have it within you, and that by taking that first step of saying yes to yourself, you are on your way by giving yourself permission to be, do, and have all you desire. And that it really starts with something as simple as that. I am saying yes. Yes to me. Yes to the life that I want. Yes to the life that I desire.
Yes, yes, yes. Well, thank you for that. I am saying yes to the life that you desire. I am saying yes to the life that I desire, and everyone on this platform. I am interested to know, just from a practical standpoint. I know you mentioned is that you have the your why and then the envisioning. Just quickly, what are maybe strategies for the envisioning piece? I think knowing your why and having a vision is very important. It kind of is your North Star. But a lot of
Yes.
people don't know how to they don't even know how to get through that stage. And so just like a quick one or two strategies to be able to help people envision.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that I like to do, I have two things that I do. I ask people to do what I would call a brain dump. So you have the 8 categories, so you have all of the different areas in your life, and write down at least 3 goals or 3 things that you want to achieve in each area. And then on your second page, you shrink that. So you come from 24 and you come down to 10. And then after you do that, you prioritize them to what is really the most important thing for you now. What this allows you to do is to help you to set the priorities on what is it that's the most meaningful thing to you that you really want to achieve now. And when you are clear, when you're asking yourself, why do you want this? Why is it important to you? What is the impact that you want to have? Who do you want to impact? Even to go as far as how you're going to celebrate once you have achieved it. These are really important things that give you the clarity. And in having the clarity, it opens up the space so that you are then able to set the goals. And the other thing that I encourage persons to do is actually to create a vision board. A vision board is not just about putting pictures on a card and just hanging it there. It's very intentional. You again look at the various areas in your life, and it's almost like writing a manifesto to yourself. So, what is it that you want to achieve in your professional life, in your relationship with others, in your spiritual journey? And writing that out and using photos and words that are going to help keep you on track. Because a vision board, if you can save it, you can put it on your phone, your laptop, you can print it and put it in your bathroom. But what it does is it helps to keep you focused. It also helps to hold you accountable because life happens, no matter what, life happens. And so having the vision board allows you to just have a reference, and it helps to bring you back on track so that you are able to just pick up the pieces and go again. It doesn't have to be set in stone is what I would say, but it can be that guide that helps you to get to that destination that you want to get to.
Awesome. You hear that here live at the I Am Change conference. Get it out, brain dump, brain dump, brain dump, and then get it on a vision board or something similar, a process of vision boarding. Make the vision or write the vision, make it plain, and then make it manifest. Thank you so much for being here today, Karen. You were amazing. I hope to see you tomorrow in the audience and just picking up more gems. And I think it's just as you were speaking, I'm like, man, there is no stopping development. You can just keep on growing and growing and growing and learning. And what one person may say triggers another thought. And before you know it, you had a breakthrough that you didn't even know you need. So thank you for this space. Thank you for being here. And I just look forward to collaborating. And also I Am Change conference going to happen in Barbados. So it's going to happen one of these days.
It's
Thank
happening.
you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you too.
Have a wonderful day. All right, and that brings our amazing day 1 of the I Am Change conference to a close. This is not the end. You want to come back tomorrow for day 2. There's a powerful, powerful set of speakers. I told you about media, spiritual wellness, I Am movement panel. I mean, some physical wellness. Tomorrow is definitely going to be an impactful day. If you thought today was impactful, you're really going to love tomorrow. Plus, we'll be releasing some special ways that you can stay connected to us if you're registered. We have an amazing gala coming up. We have a mastermind coming up. All of the discounts come simply from just registering for this particular conference so you can continue to stay connected. This is just a reminder. How do we change the world? How do we make herstory in real life? Very easy formula and framework. It is connect, collaborate, and catalyze change. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. So thank you, Nancy, for all the speakers. Well, thank you for just listening and being willing to learn and grow. I appreciate you. I will see you all tomorrow. Have a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful evening. Bye-bye.